work with. My background is that about 40 years ago, my husband and I decided to locate in Dyersville, Iowa, because we were just moving out of Boston. And I'd grown up in Dubuque County and came back to say hello to my parents. And we both had job offers right away, and decided that we would stay here maybe 1 year. And that was 40 years ago. But after working for the newspaper, I was hired by the newspaper. My background was in journalism, English, and education, and decided that we would, buy an old fixer-upper house. We had 3 children. I was ad manager at the newspaper. I knew everybody because of being ad manager. And when I had my kids, my first child, there was no preschool available in Dyersville, and I really wanted preschool. My husband is from Denmark, and we had seen when we were living in Denmark the wonderful school systems that they had, and daycare was part of it, preschool was part of it. Scandinavia is known for its great school systems and children care and family care. So I'm like, well, why can't we do that here? And I ended up leaving my job after my 3rd child was born because I didn't have good, reliable childcare. And I had no preschool. I had to go to Farley to have preschool, and it was a private preschool run by the church. And they basically were saying, Dyersville, you need your own preschool. There was one person who did it in their home, but they could only take so many kids. Dyersville, you need your own because you're filling up our numbers here in Farley, and we need it for our people here. So my babysitter and a friend of mine who was from California and me kind of put our heads together, and we started looking around and seeing how we could do this. And so we started Kid Project itself as a preschool in a rented old building of the church. And that grew and grew. And then eventually we needed to move. Well, at the time, to get a 501c3 was difficult. And so we looked around for community groups that would sponsor us. And the only one that said yes was the Dyersville Area Community Foundation. It was called the Dyersville Area Foundation for the Future at the time. And that was way before the gambling started in Iowa. And so there was no affiliation with larger foundations throughout the state. So basically, Dyersville Area Community Foundation was started so that people had alternatives to estate planning and to put something back in the community. No statewide studies had been done at the time, but there was a lawyer in town who thought it would be a good idea. So there was some leadership in the community on that. So they said yes to sponsoring us. Basically, they said, okay, but we're not going to put any money into you. So went out, and because I had been ad manager, I raised $15,000, I think, in a couple of weeks. And because the people, the businesses knew they needed childcare and preschool. So we had a little seed money starting. I found an investor who would buy us a building to expand and to get into daycare when the church decided to sell their building that we were in for preschool. So we went on the lookout for a place to locate, couldn't get anything that would make, code. And so finally said, let's try to build a new building, and did some studies. And what we found out at the time was a lot depended upon the size of childcare building that you have, because you have to have so much square footage inside, so much outside. I'm very impressed by the numbers both of you have, 19 infants capacity and 22. We really, we studied Mercy childcare in Dubuque. We studied Maquoketa's childcare, Sunshine. They were up and running at the time. We studied Guttenberg's, and Guttenberg's ended up not continuing, and part of it was that capacity. But to cash flow, you know, you really need to have the square footage, inside, outside, parking spaces, everything. Because you can start off on the wrong foot right from the beginning of not being able to cash flow it. So we had enough, we were certified for license for 115 approximately kids. We thought we could do it at that, and within about a few months, we had a whole lot of businesses, construction type of businesses that were willing to do some in-kind work for us, because that was at a time where, you know, we were still suffering from the recession. So we did that. And the model for our kid project in Dyersville was actually a Danish preschool, because my brother-in-law in Denmark took pictures for us and sent them over, and we gave them to our designer. And so we modeled from what we thought, but also from a good Danish preschool in the area. So anyway, fast forward, we opened up. We knew that if the word in the street was good, it was a big concept for Dyersville to wrap their arms around. There was a lot of talk that, oh, this is never going to be successful. And it was before childcare was very, you know, it didn't have the glamour it has today. You know, nobody really wanted to deal with it. A group out of Dubuque, though, kept calling me and saying, how are you doing this? How are you doing this? We would love to have Arnie Hunt camp. We would love to have something like this in Dubuque. I'm like, you can't, because you already have the for-profit set up. We don't really know with childcare, where should it sit? Should it be in the nonprofit world? Should it be in the for-profit world? Should it be in the school systems? You know, that's a national discussion that should be going on as we are entering into all of this. So anyway, we started out, we didn't know within about the first 6 months if we were going to make it. It took us about 2 years of really a lot of volunteer work, and now here we are, you know, 30 years approximately later, and we've been successful. We stayed open during COVID. We have had the same director for all these years, which has been key. At one point, I was with my business. When I quit the newspaper, I started a business, and my business started exploding, and I was doing all this volunteer work that was like a part-time job. And I came back to the group and said, okay, listen, I can't do this anymore. We're up and running. I'm out of here. And then they came back to me a couple of weeks later and said, we can't find anybody who will volunteer. Can we hire you? I said, well, I'm doing this business, maybe one day a week. I think they paid me $100 a week, and I took care of it, and took care of it for years. And then when I left after 8 years, it seemed to be strong enough that the director could run it. And then I left, and then I came back to the community as newspaper publisher there eventually. And so then I did it as a volunteer again. So I'm still a volunteer administrator of sorts there, and doing that to keep things going. But the director and I worked together for years. I know it like the back of my hand. You know, we've got a good staff. A few years ago, we decided, okay, what's going to happen into the future? Because I'm a volunteer and I'm getting closer to retirement, not sure what's going to happen. There's just one other person now on a committee with me underneath the foundation. And some years we've made money, some years we haven't made money. And so how are we gonna, you know, what does the future look like? So we decided, well, it would be good within the school systems. So we went to the private school first of all, and it took them a while, a couple of years to make a decision on it, and then they decided against it. And then they opened up their own preschool within their auspices. So that was fine. And so we looked around, should we get a private owner? What else should we do? And then we decided it's best underneath our group, but I'm still not sure what the future is to hold because I'm still doing this as a volunteer. The director is not that far from retirement years herself. And, you know, what is this going to look like? Again, it is the intrinsic problem that parents cannot pay more than it's, they're just gonna stay home or have somebody at home then. The in-homes, the future is not that great for them because, there's liability, there's issues, how, is that gonna be something that we can really rely upon? Private centers, they have to make a profit. So you've always got that profit built in. It's like in kind of a charter school or a privately run school. Is that a good model to use? So all I really know today is that, Barb and I are working together. We now have in Dyersville, we were able to receive one of the statewide grants to build a second child care center. And it would be under the auspices also of the Dyersville Area Community Foundation and underneath the KID project. So that's going to kind of blow up our model of what we've had now and have to reimagine what that's going to be, because it's one thing to build a building, it's another thing to operate it, right? And to operate a program and to get the staff and all of the issues. So that's all being looked at and decided upon. But right now I'm just concerned with getting our own budget ready for next year and working with the staff. We did decide when we looked at things a few years ago, there were some big projects that I really wanted to do. And we decided that we should take those on. So we got an appraisal on the building. We got looked at the programming. How are we set up for workers? We did put in place some of the things that I knew as a newspaper publisher. So we did a range of salary based upon education and past experience. We put into place annual, we had a little bit of loosey, but performance appraisals. And how are we judging performance appraisals? Some of the intrinsic HR issues that we wanted to deal with. So we dealt with those over the 3-year period and got those in really good shape. So, that's where we're at now. But I would say if your community, and I know Cascades, stories as well. I'm familiar with Earlville's, I can just say that in Denmark today, all of the child care systems are under the schools and the school program. And they have a really beautiful system of assuring workers. And what they do is if you are a college student, you are paid a subsidy. College students in Denmark don't pay tuition. That's tuition free. It's not that everybody can go to college. You have to qualify to go to college, but it's like a work study program. So most college age kids work at child centers. It's a program that's done like the colleges would do work study. So there you've got the audience that can live on that wage, and it works well. I should also mention that when we first started KID Project, Mercy, we were really looking to Mercy because we have a Mercy Dyersville to work with us. And they then decided not to do the childcare themselves because the benefit structure would have had to be under Mercy's benefit structure. And that could turn it to needing subsidy. So that's where we didn't do that. And we did buy land from Mercy. They did help us out with that, but to build the center. And anyway, but you really need a champion. You need that person that's going to go to be the one that pulls the community together. That has, finding a director that will stay with you a long time is important. I did see a model where some of the communities are now putting their director and assistant director underneath the city or underneath the school so that they can have the benefit package and that benefit. And that's a little bit of a, way to subsidize this, and then have the child care workers be of the 501c3. So anyway, hope I didn't go on too long, but that gives you an overview of where we're at.
Anybody besides me have questions?
Like your 4-year-old program, do they have like a wraparound daycare component then?
So in Easton Valley and then Andrew as well, we actually offer full day 4-year-old preschool at no cost to families. Again, we look at that as an investment. The state only provides funding for a half of a day. But we do dip into our general fund budget to be able to expand that and offer full day preschool programming for 4-year-olds. Along the same mindset that we see it as a need for families, we see it as a boost to give our kids that earlier jumpstart in our educational programming. And we do take a hit financially per se, but we do believe it helps us to attract and retain families, which over the long run is good for our overall budget.
So there's no like before and after school or summer, where you're over.
And so another opportunity we took advantage of was 21st Century grant funding, federal funding for before and after school programming. So Andrew and Easton Valley did partner on that grant work, and Marvel was a big part of helping us to write that grant and to get that. So we do offer before and after school programming for all of our kids.
Okay.
And then also some programming in the summer for school ages.
Okay.
So it's a really comprehensive approach to providing our families with needs, because any family in our school district, we have, as early as 6 weeks of age through 6th grade, we have programming available from 7 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. For any of those age groups.
So if there's no school due to weather, you still have daycare?
We still have daycare, unless there are extreme circumstances. There have been a couple of times, but the daycare does operate a little bit separately from the school as far as weather decisions. So we try to keep that open because we hear from our families that is very important.
What about the other centers? Do you do a before and after school component or?
Yeah, that's an important part of our program. It would have been really nice when we built Kid Project if we would have had a gymnasium. We had an area that could serve as a multi-purpose room. We have Modern Fold in Dyersville, and they provided movable walls. We find that we never open them up because, we need them for the classrooms now, but having a multi-purpose room would have been a good thing with before and after school. But we've had kids go through the program, parents rely upon it, have summer programs. It works out great.
Yeah, and so the new model that we've created is actually a center that's going to expand into that. So economic development sort of led the project. We worked with a small business and SBDC counselor to help with and First Children's Finance with the business plan, and then we sort of packaged it all up and said, hey, nonprofit Sunflower, is this something you'd be interested in? And they were currently operate in a former, what was a church, like so many of the childcare centers do. And they've had structural issues in the past that they've sort of band-aided, and it's not a good building. It wasn't built the way it's being used for the purpose. So right now they offer services for 6 weeks to 12 years old. They have buses and stuff that pick kids up and drop them off. So they have the only after school program currently. It's a unique partnership the school district has with a lot of nonprofits that have preschool programs, but don't offer before or after school. So parents are picking kids up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This new facility, we'll have room for 245 children, but we'll have that Discovery Center wing could actually hold up to 200 to 300 kids. I can't remember what the fire code is, but it'll have a multi-purpose room, it'll have a gym, and then it'll have this Discovery Center, which will have big permanent play structures. So it's basically a McDonald's play place, but it's STEM focused, right? So they'll be able to be very active, physical, but learning at the same time. So what I envision is like, maybe not right away, but gradually over time, once they get comfortable in there, they'll have the childcare piece, but then start opening up that before and after school programming, because that's where you make your money. I mean, before and after school is where you're making money.
Because of the ratio.
Your loss leaders are your babies and 1-year-olds.
Yeah.
So
I have a question for Mary. My name's Josh from Macokota, and I also did ad sales at a newspaper once upon a time, so.
In Macokota.
No, God, no. College, Northern Illinois at the Northern Star. So,
Good for you.
so of your three stories, I think yours is very important. I guess my question, and maybe you can expand on it a little bit, but how did you, because you probably thought about quitting a few times there at the beginning, or you mentioned that first 6 months being very difficult. How did you become first in mind to your community's philanthropy? How did you break through coming from Boston to Dubuque and ending up at Dyersville? And what did it take to get there for you?
My parents, so I'm fourth generation family business from Luxembourg, Iowa. Many of you know Luxembourg, population about 300 county of a cat and dog. And, my father and mother were in business their whole life. I was the oldest of 6 kids, stubborn, so
you're not shy.
ready to, well, I always say I'm an introvert extrovert. But I learned, how to deal with people because we worked in my dad and mom's store since we were like 5 years old. So, a lot of people knew me because my parents both had been volunteers. My dad was postmaster also in Luxembourg and Dyersville. My mom had helped start the hospital there and, knew a lot of people as well. So people knew me. And then also as an ad rep, as you know, I was in the businesses all the time. And everybody knew the newspaper and had a cook's column in the paper. So I would write a couple paragraphs, kind of talking about my family and stuff each week. So people knew who I was, they trusted me. And so when the money issues came about, even with the foundation, going around and saying to Leroy Ott, down at Leroy's Pizza, well, I think we need our own preschool, and this has been my experience, and I think, he's like, sure, our people need this. And so, that helped get it started, but because we, we're reliant upon new people, because once it's kind of like changing doctors, you're not going to do it unless you have a real problem with where you're at, right? So we needed to get the new families, new business, or new babies, new people. But there were quite a few people that were moving into the community and taking a look at it. Now, we did consider 2 things, 3 things actually, in that first couple of years when we were so nervous. One was to bring Head Start in, because Head Start was looking for a new location. So we were having lots of conversations with Head Start. One was with a church who was looking to move in. And the other one was our library, because our library was looking at either taking on a construction project or, locating someplace. So we were in conversations with them, and then it started taking off and started, growing and blossoming, and we knew we were in after a couple of years. The other thing is that in Dyersville, when you went to private homes that weren't licensed or certified, you could not, as single parents, get any state reimbursement or help or support, or there were no grants available or anything. So that started opening up more for us as the society became more supportive of childcare. Now, a few years ago, when Dyersville Community Foundation became part of the Community Foundation of Greater Dubuque, when that was necessary across the state, then they weren't quite sure that was a good idea to be in the childcare business, right? And so that had to be analyzed. And it's only been the last, I'd say, year that now it's a societal issue again, and that people are looking at it. So, wanting to quit, wanting to, there's a lot of times through the years where we've said, is this, but I knew, the director knew, some other people knew this was important for our community to grow. So, hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I would say that the most important piece of like getting something started is creating that awareness of the importance of kids. And I mean, a small fundraising group has secured over $7.8 million to date in the last, and we've only been raising money for the last 2 years, I think. And that's between grants, of course, and local donors. I mean, our local donations is like 3.5 million. But when you start talking about, you know, you look at your school enrollment and it's going down, and your population, the average age of our population was increasing. And you start thinking about what does the future look like in 20 years when you don't have enough, you know, your incoming classes are getting smaller and smaller. I mean, the writing's on the wall at that point that you need to do something drastic. And in a perfect scenario, our school district would have taken it on. But they just, leadership at that time saw the importance, but the board didn't. And I think it's still that way today, you know, so, well, we can't wait around for you to decide if it's a good idea, so we'll just do it without you, and it's kind of where we're at now.
Which leads me to compliment
Yeah.
you.
No,
That's, you know, that mindset has to be changed to have that kind of leadership support from your school board and from you as a superintendent.
you have kids,
I do.
Yep.
6 young kids.
so I think that also helps.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's exactly. This childcare is this transient period of time where you have children, small children, you struggle through it, you know, you get through it, they're 5, they're in school, you don't have to worry about it anymore, and then people forget, well, we got through it. I've been told that 100 times. We've been through it. You can get through it too. These people need to struggle a little bit to figure it out. And like, or they just move away.
Well, if I looked at your community and, you know, that would be a big job. My daughters moved out of downtown Chicago with great jobs to come to small towns in Iowa. And they didn't pick it on the basis of jobs. They picked it on the basis of community support.
Yes.
Of what was there for infrastructure for their children that they didn't even have.
Yes.
So, you know, that's happening more
It
and
is.
more.
Our, so Sunflower is the daycare that we've helped expand. They have a waiting list right now. When we started, it was about 130 children on the waiting list. And they currently provide services to about 120 kids. So it was, you know, whatever their capacity was, again, on the waiting list. It's now grown to be over 150. And mostly because we just broke ground a couple weeks ago. You know, so now they're getting all these calls from people that aren't even from the Decorah area, that are from Iowa City, Des Moines, Rochester, Minneapolis, saying, if my kids can go to a center like that or we'll move. We can work from anywhere, we'll move and we'll relocate if we can get into a center like that.
Well, that's why it's impressive that you're here today and having this conversation, because really it's gonna come to that for our communities.
Yes. Yeah.
For all, have the cities been involved? Have
Yes.
your local cities been, I came in a little bit late, so.
The city of Decorah, contributed $500,000 of their CARES funds towards the project, and then the county matched it.
Wow.
It also helped that Debbie Durham happened to be in Decorah like a week or so before we made the ask.
Mhm.
And she nonchalantly said, if you guys come in big, we'll come in big. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
We just asked for $500,000 and they argued, and all of a sudden they all approved it, and it was, yeah, it was great. But the CARES funds made a big difference. Would they have done it without that? Probably not, you know, so it's all about time.
We certainly had pushback initially from our school board, and getting them sold was a challenge. And I could probably talk till I'm blue in the face about how this is gonna be wonderful for our kids in our community. And but what I definitely found resonated with several of my board members is the dollar figure, the bottom line, the finances, our budget, and laying things out for them, how we did, just kind of how I shared with you this morning, how, you know, one kid impacts our, you know, budget. I think that spoke to them the most. And I don't think mention it when I talked, but we accrued that $39,000 deficit, and we actually paid that off, and we're in the black by the end of our first operating year. We made some pretty significant revenue, as I think both of you spoke a little bit, a lot more from our 3-year-old program than our infant program. That's kind of where we're able to generate more of that revenue. We have stagnated on, the generation of revenue in the center. A lot of that is due to when the economy shifted, paying our daycare staff the, $8 or $9 an hour wasn't very appealing anymore. And so we did restructure and assign some different roles as far as lead teachers and support teachers within our rooms, which then has, higher pay rates associated with them. The financial numbers that I shared that are independent of the CARES funds that we have received, we have taken advantage of those. We do have about $156,000 surplus in our daycare account right now, but we are $12,000 positive aside from that grant funding. So.
Yeah, and I should mention that we lost our affiliation with the free preschool program this year because we couldn't keep our 4-year certified teacher. And she went to Anamosa, I think it was. And then for us to replace, we weren't able to replace her in time to be able to offer that program. So we had to bow out of that. And that was bringing in good, secure money out of the county or out of the school district. So, but we lost that. But we're ahead of, I predicted last fall on budgeting that we would be really, really tight and close this year because of the increases that we had given. Now we're a little bit ahead on that. So I think we should come out of this year decent. I don't know that we're going to be, ahead, but we'll be at least breaking even this year. And that's with me as volunteer. So now that we're looking at the new center, and the other person and I are both like, yeah, we're not gonna be able to do this for 2 centers, so that's gonna have to be a consideration.
One of the challenges that we encountered that really surprised me was the difficulty in obtaining certification to be a daycare director. I found that it really required a lot of background and experience in 2, what are most often probably separate fields. They need to have the childcare experience, but then they also have to have like business administrative experience. So finding individuals out there that have that diverse background, seems very limited. And so one of the things that we've done to try to overcome that challenge and ensure sustainability is we created a shared role between our Andrews Center and our Easton Valley Center. So we actually have a shared daycare director. And obviously, that person is the highest paid individual within the center. They also get health insurance benefits as a part of their package. So we're able to divide that cost in half so that each school district is only paying 50% of that salary. And then underneath that shared director, we have an assistant director that is the on-site supervisor for both centers. And the neat thing that we like about that is it helps us with the sustainability that our centers aren't operating. And if that director calls me and says, hey, I'm leaving, it's not like, okay, I guess we're shutting the daycare down until we find somebody new. Because now we have these assistant directors that are getting exposure to the business administration side, getting exposure to the hours and the childcare, which then over a short period of time, they then would have the qualifications for that director certification, which allows for that transition plan, which we have experienced. We've had a director leave and we were able to promote an assistant, backfill that position, and hopefully continue a sustainable model.
Well, and that's why we've had the 2 people, because our director actually came out of the childcare program. Well, when you become a childcare provider, you're not necessarily studying business or understanding what business. So that's why I provided that as a volunteer, and then we could put the money enough into her to keep her solid all these years, and an assistant director to help cover as well. So, yeah, we aren't able to do the benefit packages, but their wages have been enough to keep them these years.
So when you all were getting your centers going, how soon did you hire a director? Or,
You have to have, well, we had ours because we had already the preschool.
okay,
And so it was actually, one of the providers that then became the director.
Okay.
But, you know, we had the mini me first, and then we could grow it in, and they were excited about, they were at that stage of their life to grow a career and start out, and so that worked out.
Yeah, so Sunflower lost their director. She was the director for like 15 years and got us through COVID, but she was ready to retire. She's mid-60s, so she's like, I've been here a long time. So we kind of, we tried to rehire and it just wasn't a good fit. That person left, so we brought back the director again that had retired. She came out of retirement to do like an interim for a while, and we just, the board just rehired again a new director. And if we could do it differently, I mean, the board is really hands-on, and maybe it's for like in every situation, like every daycare board is super hands-on. In an ideal world, it would be like every other board you sit on and could kind of say, hey, good job, director, high five, we'll see you next month. But it's not that way for whatever reason in childcare, and I think it's because this system is broken. I mean, you know, is it funded by the feds? Is it funded by the state? Should it be under the schools? Should it be by itself? Should it be for-profit? Like we need to decide on something and just move forward with it. And, you know, we've been talking about it a lot. You know, we have this new director and we're trying to give her advice as a volunteer board. Like, you know, if I'm a director of something, this is what I would do. But I've never been a director of a childcare center, so I have no idea what you're supposed to do. It's that situation. So we've all been kind of struggling with the transition of leadership right now, and there's some growing pains, you know, especially when you start taking on a new center. But it would be great if, you know, a childcare resource referral would take something like that over. You know, what is their role in leadership transition, and is that something that, you know, we could as a center pay in as a membership, and all of a sudden this agency that's sort of governed by the state help.
that's an awesome
with
idea.
that. Yeah, I just came up in a conversation like 2 days ago, and I'm like, I'm gonna talk to Mary Jansen and say, like, hey, we need this help, you know, what is it gonna take to get some help? So,
Yeah, because like, I'm not gonna say I'm stuck,
yeah.
but I'm stuck. Because, you know, even if I completely retired, you know, tomorrow, there's not somebody that has, you gotta have HR experience, you've gotta have budgetary experience,
You
you
don't
gotta
have
have
to peek at
community experience.
Yeah.
Talk to disgruntled parents.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you just can't, you know, we can't afford to pay that. And yet, you know, but I mean, I have the background and I'm versed in that, so it's not an issue. I'm not complaining. I'm just, because that's a choice. But, you know, that's an issue for the future.
Yeah.
In
For
all
everyone.
of our
I mean,
locations.
you see some centers that close down because the board just can't do it anymore. I mean,
Right.
and there's that burnout factor, and they have jobs elsewhere, so they're just trying to volunteer for their kids' daycare board, and all of a sudden it becomes like, hey, this is a part-time job. And now you're responsible for 100+ families and their ability to go to work every day, you know, so it's a heavy role. And then you tack on this economic development hat, and you're like, oh, and by the way, if this doesn't work out, like, your name is all over it, so let's say a prayer, you know, and
Yeah.
keep moving, because you are married to it now.
My children, they will tell you, you know, when they were little toddlers, and there was one that was really little, you know, I'd be hauling them down and cleaning toilets,
Yeah.
you know,
Yes.
I mean, that's what we did to keep it going. And yeah, I think some going into the future and how to structure that we can maybe give some benefit. You cannot, and I will go on record, you cannot give free childcare to your workers. That is a disaster. Do not do that, because they are taking up spots, there's expense tied with that. You can give them a discount perhaps, but that's, you know, that I know with people that haven't had that much experience with it are making those kinds of suggestions, but it's not good. That's not good for the program or for anybody involved. And then you've got ones without children. How do you have equity there? You know, oh, nightmare. So rather than going down that path, you know, there's some other options of what you can do, but yeah. I hope that answers your question.
And I was going to share on our experience, speaking of the Andrews Center that we opened about 6 years ago, we had trouble finding a qualified director initially. And so we did work with EHS, and we actually reached out to the individual that we eventually took over the daycare for in the Preston area in Easton Valley. We reached out to her and said, hey, would you serve essentially in like a consultancy role where we paid her hourly for the oversight of our assistant that we hired to get the daycare up and running, and then just paid her an hourly rate for any of the time that she was doing and the time she spent on site to come and check in and oversee things until our assistant director had the experience and met the qualifications to get that licensure herself. So again, that was part of our initial startup cost, but one that we were able to pay down. Another thing that was shared was the idea of an advisory board, and I would recommend that being a strong consideration for any school districts that are looking to take it on, because prior to this year, we didn't have a daycare advisory board, and the daycare director reported directly to me. And what we found there was, as you can imagine, a lot of issues can arise in a daycare center, especially a newly formed one. And so I was having to spend a lot of my time just coaching and supporting and guiding our daycare director, which takes away from the time that I need to be spending on, you know, school district operations. And so we started this year off, our school board formally approved an advisory board that our daycare director reports directly to. And then as far as evaluation goes, one member of the advisory board and then myself are part of the evaluation of our director, but it has significantly reduced my role in supporting the center because everything is vetted through this other group. And then if there's issues beyond there, then I'm there as a support, but that has really helped me to divert my time and energy on school related functions.
You must have a good advisory or leader then. That's really important because we did that at one point, tried to do that, and then people didn't really mind the ship too much and it went way off the rails. So it can have some bad, you know, it just depends because they're volunteers, right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So
So are they available for like day-to-day stuff? Like if something comes up?
Yes. Yeah, there's like a president that oversees things, and the director can call for, hey, you know, I encountered this issue, or this parent's upset and they're not happy with what I'm saying. What are your thoughts? And in fact, on my drive up here this morning, I just got a call from him saying, hey, we have a staff member that's expressing some concerns. We're going to meet tonight and just review and make sure that everything is on point as far as our operations go. And so he was just letting me know and keeping me in the loop. But that is important to have a strong leader who can oversee that.
we've now taken the power out of that group, and they are good for twice a year's fundraisers. And then bringing just parent input. But the thing about advisory boards is that oftentimes they're going to be the parents. And if they're starting to do things like determine rate, pretty soon you got the scenario where you're going to get pizza and asking the customers, what would you like to pay?
Right.
And you know, that doesn't work. So it has to be the non-customers that are making some of these business decisions, you know.
For a good
also.
mix, yeah.
Good mix.
We have, on the daycare board right now, there's a decent mix of parents and just community members. The problem a little bit is, you know, we don't have a problem really with rate structure or fees because everyone sees the financials and are like, oh man, this is a really good teacher. And if we don't pay her X, we're not gonna be able to retain her because she could go to Quick Start and work for, you know, way more than what she's making here. So they see the financials and they understand the budget side. It more comes down to like, hey, this group is unhappy. And we're hearing about it as parents because we have to walk in and kid our kids every day. And these staff members or this director is pulling us aside saying, hey, board member, I need you for this. But then you have the community people out here on the wings, not hearing any of that. So you're trying to like relay the message and it becomes this telephone game.
Really important structure. You know,
Yeah.
I'm big into business structure anyway, but you know, that you do not have board members talking to staff members, ever. If they're gonna talk, if the staff member is gonna talk, they need to talk to their manager, who's the director, and then those two together can go to a board member. But you got board members, because it's volunteer, we've had board members that then get involved in it,
Yeah.
and it's he said, she said, and oh my goodness, what a mess. But, so we kind of put some rules into play, and then, a big thing is just, you know, that there is good culture at the center, and that has to be for your director. That is overarching, totally so important. A good culture, supportive to the staff, but yet supports that leadership. And then you could probably benefit from this, and I know this from my, you know, corporate days, and that is putting a good HR system into place. So you have, you know, all the good documentation that you need for HR, and you have a, you know, basically Barb, our director, she has, you know, if you, a grid, you know, if you have this much schooling, this much experience, here's your starting wage. We don't start anybody at minimum wage.
Yeah.
And and we pay, you know, by DHS rules, you have to pay for every bit of training, every mileage on the training, every certification. You can't take in just volunteers. The volunteers have to be trained and go through all the background checks and everything else. This is a serious position, and you just can't, you know, pull people off the street and let them rock babies. Does not happen. So those are things that a lot of people don't know. We had a pork farmer who was on our original board when we were building, and he, you know, was looking at the numbers, and he was like, well, we'll just put more kids in there, you know. I put few more pigs in my operation when I need them, you know, for revenue. And it's like, you can't do that. Childcare is not run like a business. It's like schools. It's a combination of regulations that you have on school systems, but yet you're trying to run it as a business. That's the problem.
What are the hours your centers are open?
6:30 to 5:30.
We'll go 6 to 6.
Okay.
6 to 6, 5:30, though we have somebody coming in if there's a need. And if they need to stay a little later, although we had put in some really strict rules for parents after 6 and how much extra they would have to pay because there was some issues, so.
Another thing that was shared earlier too was just another benefit of having it in the schools is having some of the part-time workforce, because we do have several high school students that come over. You know, they end their school day at 3 o'clock or so. And that's about time when a lot of our part-time workers have got their, you know, 7.5 hours in that day. So then they're able to go home, and then our high schoolers come in and take over or support in rooms and help us get through that.
They can be counted in the ratio, and now that even loosened up at the state level a little more too, so that they can be counted. But we work closely with the schools and with NICC and any of the programs that might be in place, you know, through colleges.
For you, Chris, so you have one center in Preston
It's actually in Miles,
Okay.
Easton Valley District, but yes,
and then one in Andrew.
in Andrew, that's correct.
And do they both have school age programs then too?
So both schools have the before and after school program through the 21st century funding.
And so the one in Miles, do you see a lot of families from the outlying towns? 'Cause I know like we have a consolidated school district, and that's kind of been a concern. If it's in one, am I gonna drive 10 miles north to go 30 miles south to work?
Yeah, I'd say We do have a lot of enrollment from outlying towns. I mean,
Okay.
most of the kids, probably don't have families that live in Miles. There are several, but when families are already commuting to drop off their elementary age kids, if they do have, you know, younger siblings, then they are attending the center. It's also been a huge perk for our staff, who are also, you know, looking for quality childcare. And so, you know, when we have new teachers that are interested in the position and they say, well, is there childcare? And we say, actually, we offer it right here in the building. So you come to work, drop your kid off here and walk down the hall to your classroom. We have several staff members that take advantage of the childcare as well.
For Mercy and Dubuque, it's been a huge draw for their medical professionals. For doctors, nurses, everybody, I mean, it's been a huge draw. It's one of the reasons that they started to do it from the very beginning. But yeah, most of the kids at Kid Project, I can't say most of the kids, but a lot of the kids from Kid Project are not from Dyersville. They're from other communities that the parents happen to be working here. And the staff too. I mean, we have staff from all over the area.
Yeah, I would say, Sunflower and Decorah, they draw from the 6th county sort of workforce radius, and same with staff. I would say minimal staff actually live in Decorah, they're all commuting in.
I have more questions, but I don't want.
Sometimes we go to.
I'm sorry, this is.
Go ahead.
We're in a dead zone. I think I can give everyone some time here. Do you mind disclosing what your rates are to break to that point? I mean, I don't know that we covered that.
Well, I actually work closely with the director and we put the rates together each year.
Right.
And so we now have it on a really good spreadsheet where we try to go minimally up each year, about 2 to 3%. So we studied, we did a cross comparison, gathered the rates in from the area, other childcare centers. Macocata, I think, is what we started with. We couldn't really do Mercy's because that was, again, it's a little bit out of kilter because they are really servicing a specific group of people and they have enough people to be able to do that. So we had to be affordable. We had to be right within the realm of what people were charging in homes. That wasn't way off of that. And then we did change a couple years ago. We were doing, so if you are full-time, and we charge by the hour with a minimum number of hours, because you're gonna find the structuring of it is completely different from center to center. But we found for us, what was fair and it worked was a minimum number of hours a week. And if you are meeting that minimum for full-time, then your rate is a little bit lower. If you're meeting the minimum for part-time, your rate is a little bit higher. We throw in some vacation weeks where they don't have to, a couple weeks, I think, where they don't have to pay. We are part of the state food program. That's a huge issue to also recognize. We had to really jump through a lot of hoops to get that program, but it's been a lifesaver. A godsend. We charge per meal though, and then that's offset. It offsets what the state gives us by the minimal charge. First couple of years, I was going to the food bank for food, driving my van in and getting snacks and lots of things from the food bank. See what else on the charging. So we've got a pretty good structure. If anybody, I'll give you my email address. And if anybody wants to get a copy of our rate sheet, everything's transparent.
Yeah, I don't know exactly the number. I mean, I think our highest paid age group is the infants, you know, it's the highest tuition, and I think that's right around $200 a week or something. But when we first started this, when I first joined the board, it was kind of like, you know, they have these old set of rules. They've been around since the mid-70s. This organization had started from a group of moms that do childcare. and it's growing now to over 120 children. But when they started, they were super flexible on the rules, like you only had to show up 2 days a week. So because you have families that are enrolled in only 2 days a week, but then you have all these people on the wait list wanting 5 days a week, like that's a poor business decision, right? And when your board is mostly governed by parents, that's why we now slowly transitioned into this community governed / parent, and like, it's just a mesh. But you know, we're transitioning into more, we're up to a 4-day minimum per week. And I think when we get into the new center, it will be a 5-day minimum. Whether they show up or not, they'll have to pay the 5 days. I called all over the state and beyond to talk to other childcare centers to figure out their structure. And I talked to one group down in Ames. She runs multiple for-profit sites. And she said, if 2 families want both part-time, they're flexible on days, she'll just say, hey, you should call Susie and you guys can work out the schedule. And then we'll just enroll both your families, knowing that your children, your infants or whatever age group, they're the same age, will just share that week and they'll figure out their own schedule, but we're charging everyone and you guys have to figure it out on your end. So the center basically says, we're getting paid full time because that's what we need to break even. And it's on the parents to figure out, we're coming 2 days a week and you're coming 3, and we'll just.
So how do they do that with the paperwork and
I
then
have
the
no
tax
idea.
rebate?
Well, we decided not to do that.
Yeah.
We just said, hey, let's just do a 5-day minimum, and anyone that doesn't want 5 days, then chooses not to come to the center.
And your community is large enough, you might have that kind of a market. Our community is smaller and we wouldn't be able to do that, but, you know, being able to do full-time rate higher or full-time rate a little lower, and then the part-time rate a little higher has saved us with that.
So there are a lot of, unique details associated with different configurations, but just as a frame of reference, we do charge, I think it's $35 a day for infants. That's the most expensive group because of those ratios. And then it does scale back for the older kids. And then for 3-year-olds, we do offer, I think it's 3 days a week or 5 days a week for 3-year-old preschool. So, they pay depending on how many days they're coming for that. And we offer some discounts for, second and third child in the center, things like that.
But look at the efficiencies you have as a school system.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got administrative staff, you've got cleaning staff, you've got food service, you've got maintenance, you've got all those that would make it
A lot
more
easier
efficient.
and cheaper.
Yeah.
So, our project kind of took off. We had spent a year trying to find a location. If you've ever been to Decorah, like the topography offers up its own challenges. So trying to find a site that we could build something and then also secure the land to be able to do anything with. Because, it's just a pie in the sky dream. So we said, hey, the center currently owns 3.5 acres. We'll just make it work. We'll try to build a new building adjacent to the old one and push the old one over. And so we pursued that plan for about a year or so. And then the hospital had a new administrator come on board, had tried to do all of these visits with all of these community representatives, stakeholders, and everyone was talking about childcare because we'd made it so important. We're just flooding the media that the importance of childcare and school enrollment. And he came to me and said, hey, how can we be a good partner? I'm like, hey, well, you could give us some land. And he said, okay, let's do it. And he took it and ran with it. And they ended up donating 4 acres of property right next to the hospital. And the goal is to partner with food services eventually, and hopefully some other things. But we haven't gotten that far.
Oh, yeah, I should say, we do that. So because we were able to buy land and
Yeah,
we probably, this counted as a big. But that's really great if they're doing that, but we partner with them, so our food is actually cooked at the kitchen
yes.
of the hospital. We pay per meal, and then we do the warming up the vegetables, and we have to have a full kitchen. It has to be commercial equipment. That's the other thing. Lots of expense on the commercial side. of those things. So, yeah, but that's a good partnership it's been a good partnership for us.
And they need it too. I mean, they need childcare and they're trying to hire physicians and nurses and admin staff and everyone's desperate, you know, so how do you take a new physician around town and say, hey, we have all this pretty outdoor recreation, this beautiful trail and this wonderful downtown, but have, oh yeah, you have children, we're just gonna drive past the daycare because we know there's 150 kids in front of you, right? So it became this sort of, how do we bring in these new people into the community and expect them to just find daycare on their own? Well, their spouse is likely gonna stay home with them. And now that's a person within the workforce that wants to join the workforce, that maybe has a really cool, you know, wants to start their own business or would be great addition to whatever school district office, whatever it is. But it's just a barrier.
Chris Luther has a kind of childcare center there. Don't get you started, okay.
Marlon, you want to read somebody wrote, can't read it.
We wrote a thesis on it.
So someone has an input, which I don't know, I can't read it on.
Okay, this is from one thing we have noticed is that when we raised our rates recently, families who were 5 days per week lowered to 3 days per week to compensate for the price increase. That has really affected our ability to allow other families come in because they would like 5 days a week and we can only offer a couple of days. With the staff shortage, it is hard to bring in another full-time or FT for a room specifically to make it work. I like that you have minimum that they have to be here and pay whether they come or not. I think that really helps stabilize your income in for that enrollment. I am a new director and still trying to figure this all out, and it's nice to hear some of these suggestions.
Yeah, you have to have minimums. Yeah. Because you gotta turn the lights on, you know, you've got to be able to have the minimums. What that minimum is going to have to work with families, I think, and then scheduling. Because here's the other thing for if you're not involved in childcare to know that is the nightmare because of ratios. So you could be making a profit or you could be losing money depending upon one kid and one teacher having to come in because you're 1/over ratio. So it's not done as a clear, when we work with budgets, I'm always having to explain that to the foundation. Most of them have been directors for a long enough time that they understand that. But, you know, you may know what you're gonna make and you probably aren't gonna know because you just don't know when that one kid stays an extra 10-15 minutes. Now you're out of profitability or breaking even because you've got one more teacher that has to come in.
I mean, I do know just from my time on the board and just listening to the director talk about ratios and like when they were started talking about changing ratios in classrooms for different age groups, you know, our infant room at Sunflower right now, I think they follow a 1-to-3 ratio because they can't expect staff to watch and be, you know, in a last end of day and they have 4 babies and you know one of them is going to get picked up. But the state ratio is 1-to-4, I think, 1-to-4. And Sunflower is like, we can't expect our staff to be like actually active with 4 babies. I mean, that's just unrealistic. So they say, you know, we're doing a 1-to-3, we'll have 3 teachers in this one classroom. Our capacity in that classroom is 9. And that's the way so they're really losing money now. The state's saying you can do something different. But then you have staff in there that are saying, hey, I can't handle 4 babies. That's too much for me.
That's where our director and
and burnout.
assistant director, we try to keep them out of the classrooms so that they can help with that if need be.
Yeah.
Or if we have a school work, somebody like they've got to go through all the background checks and all the training, so that gets a little difficult too. It is a different kind of business than most people would know about. And it is very, very much not understood when people are making decisions about it.
Yeah.
That's the danger. That's the frustration.
Or just blanket statements. You know, I've raised a lot of money, so walking into a CEO's office and saying, hey, you really should donate or contribute X number of dollars over 5 years to this really amazing project. And then to find out that his grandkids have been on the wait list at the center you're trying to expand. And then for him then to accuse us of being like this group of elite childcare that we get to pick and choose. And I'm sitting here like, I don't know what you're talking about. We're not doing it on purpose. We would love to have your grandkids in there, but unfortunately, there's 100 and some children before your grandkids, you know? So we have parents that are saying, hey, I'm thinking about having a baby, could you just add our name to the list?
Yeah. Wait lists. I will caution all of you in your jobs to know wait lists. You've got to analyze that and break that down.
Yes.
Because just because a place has a wait list doesn't mean that it doesn't have capacity. It means what time of the day. It means,
How many days?
are they pregnant or thinking about being pregnant and they're on a wait list? Is it, I mean, there's a lot of detail and complexity to what is just called a waiting list. So when people sit in a room and say, oh, I think we need to, you know, make these decisions because of this, make sure you dig underneath the, you know, peel back that onion a little bit to get the real detail.
Will you put someone's name on the list? If I come to you and say, I'm thinking about having a baby, well, it could take me 2 years before that happens. You'll put me on the list?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
like if you think your mother may need
Nursing home.
nursing home,
And then
you're
you
gonna
call
put it
them
on
and say,
this,
are
and
you,
then you call and then you say, oh,
Your
you
name
know,
came up, like you're at the
Yep.
top of the list.
Okay.
You want to take your spot, no. And, you know, we've had families that are like, so the way the center structures it is if you come up to the list, you get in, you know, it could be just one child gets in. And now you have to make a decision of like, okay, I have a second child that's still gonna be at Susie's in-home, and I have this other child that got into Sunflower, what's gonna happen to my other child? And then the center has to just wait, you know, and then they'll try to make it a priority and bump it so that both your children become part of the system.
because most in-home or centers give a reduction on the second child.
Sure.
So they're gonna want both kids also on the basis of driving,
Yeah.
drop off, you know, they're gonna want kids at one.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yep,
but I
that's-
have to.
Yeah. You can have information.
This was awesome. Thank you so much. I'm back in the spring for part 2. And Chris, can you email me what you needed? Krista Brodersen. I'm gonna introduce yourself now.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Krista Brodersen. I'm an environmental consultant with a company called Blackstone Environmental. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about due diligence. Oh.
Best laid plan.
Okay, 1 second. I'm not an electronic person, so this. Okay. Try it this way. All right, so environmental due diligence is a process that evaluates environmental conditions and risks associated with the property prior to taking ownership. And why is this so important? Well, it is extremely important because due diligence provides you protection from liability for contamination. This liability stems from CERCLA, which is the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation and Liability Act. Try saying that fast 3 times. It's also known as Superfund. So this act was passed in 1980 in response to some environmental disasters. One of the most famous is Love Canal in New York, and among a wide variety of things that CERCLA does, it establishes liability for contamination. So basically what it says is if you own property, you could be held responsible for contamination, whether or not you caused that contamination. So for example, let's say you take ownership of a piece of property today, tomorrow you find out there was a toxic waste dump. According to the EPA, you are responsible to clean that up, even though you have nothing to do with it. So the law, love it, but it also made it difficult for people to buy properties. They wanted to open businesses and didn't want to be liable for something that someone else caused a day ago or 10 years ago. So the response to that was an amendment called SARA. And what that did was provide for the innocent landowner defense. So what that says is if you conduct your all appropriate inquiry or due diligence prior to taking ownership, you would not be held responsible. Now, how do we do our due diligence or all appropriate inquiry? It's called a phase 1 environmental site assessment, or phase 1 or phase 1 ESA. And basically what a phase 1 is, it's a research document. We are researching the property for any potential contamination from the property or even in the vicinity of the property. And they have several components. A major one is a records review. We review records for the site and surrounding properties for a mile outside of the property. We do historic research back to 1940 at least, or development. Now, if you're in an older city like Dubuque or Clinton, we'll have records that go back to 1880s, 1870s. So we will start our research then. We conduct a site visit to look at the site. We do interviews with the current and former owners, and then there's the report. And like I said, the phase 1, you don't have to worry about just your property. You have to worry about the property surrounding you. And the reason you have to worry about this is shows in this slide. So here's contaminated soil. Let's say this was gasoline station next to the property you want to buy. They had a spill. The spill leaks into the ground, into the soil, into the groundwater, and flows toward your property. This is depicting soil vapor. So the contaminants vaporize and go into your house and can make people sick. Now, you may have a drinking water well. If you had a drinking water well, your contamination is going into the well and people in this property can have access to that contamination. So this is why we are all concerned about neighboring properties as well. So when are phase ones required? I get this question a lot. And the answer is anytime you are taking ownership to a property. CERCLA says, if you do your due diligence prior to taking ownership, you may not be liable for contamination. So anytime you are taking ownership, I like to think of it instead of when is it needed, assume you need a phase one if you're taking title. And then there's some exceptions I'm going to talk about. If you fit into those exemptions, then you may not need one, but I would assume you always need a phase one. Without a phase one, you have no defense whatsoever. And I like to think of phase ones as an insurance policy. You wouldn't buy a piece of property and not have insurance. A phase one, typically they cost about $2,500 compared to hundreds of thousands of dollars for cleanup. It's just like your homeowner's insurance. You pay $300 and you get $300,000 in insurance. Okay, there are several exemptions in CERCLA for state and local government. So if you've detained a property during law enforcement activity, bankruptcy, delinquency, or abandonment, then you are exempt from the CERCLA regulation. However, you have to make sure you are following rules for these. If for some reason properties in tax delinquency, and you decided, well, we're just going to do a short sale to get this over with, you will no longer are exempt. So if you have questions, like I said, I would assume you have to do a phase one. If you think you fall into this category, but you're not sure, I would call Mel here. He is the expert. He's wonderful to work with and very helpful. So if you have any questions, call your consultant. You can call me. If you don't have a consultant, you can call Dawn or Mel, but make sure you know before you sign on the dotted line. So I'm trying to convince you to do a phase one at all times. If you think one is not needed, I'm going to try and convince you a little bit more. And warning, I'm hoping that these next slides may change your mind. So I have a couple stories from previous projects that are cautionary tales. So the first one, excuse me, is a city in Illinois. The part of the town was just getting really run down. A lot of the businesses were moving out. And the city, and it was also a food desert. So the city is trying to attract retailers, and they found one that was interested, but they wanted vacant lots. So the city started buying properties. They found a 23-acre plot of land that had an old strip mall and some other commercial buildings that were half falling down, half empty. So they spent 5 years and $15 million acquiring all these properties, relocating businesses, and tearing down the property so that it was shovel ready for the retailer. Out of the $15 million, they did not do a phase one. They decided not to do a $2,500 phase one. The retailer who was going to move in prior to signing on the dotted line decided they were going to do a phase one. And what they found was a dry cleaner. And for those of you who don't know, dry cleaners are pretty nasty. I've never investigated a dry cleaner that wasn't dirty. They're always dirty. And so they found the dry cleaner. So what we do after the phase one is a phase two. We collected soil and groundwater samples and found very high concentrations of dry cleaning fluid that modeled over a quarter of a mile away actually, they stopped because it's stopped in the river. So the retailer backed out of the deal. They didn't say specifically it was because they didn't actually share this with the city. But it was a week after this that they backed out, so I'm assuming this is, and it's a pretty big issue. Now, what they could have done, the city could have spent $2,500 and saved $15 million by doing this. Excuse me. And just because there's contamination does not mean that the property could not be developed. So don't let that scare you away either. What they could have done if they did the phase one, the city could have said to the property owner, you have to clean this up before we buy it, and they would have been responsible for the cleanup. The city could have also taken responsibility for the cleanup, bought the property maybe at a reduced price, and then spent maybe $500,000 instead of $15 million. Now, the property has sat there vacant for the last 8 years. And if you can imagine that the citizens are not very happy, they still have a food desert, there's still not businesses there, and then the city spent $15 million on a vacant lot that nobody's using. So. Okay, let's see. I apologize. It looks like we're gonna need to go through this one by one. I'm very sorry about this.
No worries.
Okay.
It just reinforces your message.
Yes. Oh. Oh. All right, another thing I hear a lot. I don't need a phase one, it was just farmland. I don't need a phase one. It's a coffee shop. I've lived here my whole life and that's been a grocery store my whole life. So my second cautionary tale is about a farm in Bettendorf. It was used as a farm from at least 1930, that's the earliest record. So probably before that, through 2010. All right, let's see if I can find it. Yay, okay. So there was a potential developer that wanted to develop this area in red. Developer actually did do a phase one. And what they found was this area in yellow was used as a landfill from the 50s to the 60s. It was an unpermitted, unlined landfill. And if any of you are familiar with Bettendorf, there's a lot of manufacturing facilities down by the river. Well, anybody and everybody was allowed to come and dump in this landfill. The other thing that he did is what they're calling it an oil pit. He dug a big hole and anybody with waste oil or waste solvents, anything could come and dump in this pit for at least 10, 20 years. Covered it up with soil and then grew crops on it until this developer comes along and wants to put houses on it. The developer did the right thing, and if you can see here, it's a nice residential neighborhood. Well, because of the severity of the contamination on that property, the EPA is now involved, and the farmer doesn't have the money to clean it up. So the EPA has been assessing that site since 2017. They found PCBs, VOCs, metals, you know, all the good things that you don't want anywhere near you, they found on that property. The adjacent property is beautiful residential development. This is actually a photo of one of the houses I took off a realtor's website last week. This house, I think, is right here. It's for sale for $1 million and change. I've looked at it. Newspaper articles, those people know nothing about that contamination. So now you have $1 million house, 300 feet away from an oil pit. I don't know about you, but I would not want to.
If I could get it for the right price, I'd love it.
So just use that. Residents, if you're a single family residence, you do not have to do a phase one. If you're buying the house to live in, the developer that bought this entire area was required to do a phase one. And they would have found this, and nobody would have put a house anywhere near that if they had actually done their phase one. So phase ones provide circle of liability. They need to be conducted prior to taking ownership of the property. And let me say too, I have been a consultant for almost 25 years. I have written hundreds and hundreds of phase ones. For a portion of my career, I worked at a national bank as a risk assessor. And for 3 years, all I did was review phase ones and phase twos from all over the country. I can tell you, I am still shocked by the things that we find and the things people do. So if you have a board member that says, you know, oh, that was my cousin's property, it's always been this, we don't need a phase one. You need a phase one. You always need a phase one. That should be your default. You don't want something like that farm happen, especially if you're a city, you have bigger pockets and people expect more from you. If something like that happens, you're getting sued. The other thing with the phase one, they're required to qualify for brownfields assistance. Well, what is a brownfield site? So this is the technical definition. It's a property where the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse may be complicated by the presence or potential presence of a hazardous substance or contaminant. So what does that really mean in normal people speak? What it means is, take a look at this property. It looks like it was a former service station and maybe gas station. Would you want to put your brand new coffee shop right next to this? Is that going to attract developers? Would you want to convert that into a restaurant? Probably not. Do you think you could actually get a loan for that property? Probably not. And it may not be contaminated, but when you look at it, people get the impression that it's contaminated. So if you're concerned about a release, any of these things I just talked about, you have a brownfield property. Anything that's hindering your ability to redevelop the site. So just appearance alone can cause it to be a brownfield property. Now, the government, the EPA gives out brownfields grants. Mel has the grant for the state. Dawn has one for her 5 counties that she works with. Cities and nonprofits can apply for those. And what they do is they pay for phase ones, inventories of property, cleanup, all different kinds of things. And this is an example of a property that nobody wants to really go next to because it doesn't look nice. And it could be contaminated and it's turned into this really nice apartment complex. So Dawn and Mel can help you if you don't have the money for a phase one, depending on how much money they have left in grants. I'm not promising their money to you, but they may be able to help you if you're not sure, if you fall into any of the exemptions, they can help you with that. They're really great people to work with. They're so very helpful. So again, I would encourage you, if you have questions at all, don't proceed without a phase one. Call a consultant, call Mel or Dawn, or Mel will give you somebody else to call. So, do you have any questions? Thank you so much for your time, by the way.
What's Krista's main message?
How long do phase ones take?
They take about 15 business days, 15 to 20. So, and it just depends if you have. You're doing a 10-block area in a downtown that's been developed since the 1800s, it may take a month because that's a lot of records, but they usually start about $2,500. I have done a $25,000 phase one, but that was 10 miles of freeway in the middle of Los Angeles. And we still went over budget. So.
And Krista, something to reinforce, that this is a great message, great presentation. This is referencing federal liability for environmental contamination, which you had mentioned. So a lot of the times, properties will never get to the point that the federal EPA out of Kansas City, Missouri, that covers this region, or certainly Washington, DC, is going to be involved. And the DNR under state authority, we don't kind of fully recognize the phase one process. We may say, yeah, we know you didn't own it back when Molo oil contaminated it. Not to pick on Molo, we'll pick on Mole Group, but the idea being, it is a good insurance policy. If a city's going to be buying large tracts of land, especially, certainly if there's been a commercial or industrial development on it, don't just stumble into it. But the biggest message, and I think tying all this together, a lot of what we're going to talk about today are grants and financial assistance, with EPA being kind of the predicate or the underlying funding source. And they do follow that federal CERCLA law for not only liability protection, but eligibility, like Krista referenced, for money. So I have a lot of cities that call me and say, yeah, we just bought the old Rainbow Oil bulk plant on the north side of town. Well, good job. If you didn't do a phase one, I can't help you clean it up with any grant. Sorry. And if there's vapor intrusion issues, better not be building houses there. Good luck. You now own kind of a pariah of a property. So yeah, always pause, always stop, you know, talk to Don, talk to me, hire Krista if you want.
You can call me the first phone call, please.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
again,
yeah.
you know, it's not just your property,
Right,
but you may be
exactly.
5 blocks away from this
Yep.
mineral oil or that dry cleaner that you're still gonna be affected. There's actually,
This is true.
there's actually 3 schools in the path of that plume. That, you know, no one knows.
That's scary. Yeah.
It's scary. And most of the time, we don't end up with things like that farm where the EPA is involved.
Right.
But if you do, you are in such a world of hurt if you haven't done the phase one that it's very silly not to spend $2,500 to get an insurance policy. So. Okay, thank you very much.
What city in Illinois was that first story from?
I can't.
You can't
tell
say.
you.
Okay.
Probably Google that one.
Yeah.
Don't.
Don't.
Hey, everybody. So, part 2 Brownfield. Hi, my name is Don Danielson, and I work here at ECIA. Thank Krista for kicking off the Brownfields series here that we have going. Mel Pins will be closing us out in this dialogue in regards to Brownfields. And just in case you weren't aware, you have a little bit of a celebrity on Zoom. We have EPA actually on with us. Yes.
So we hang around.
Yeah, what I said.
Jennifer Morris with EPA is on the phone with us, so she's a great resource too. So at the end, after I get done speaking, or even after Mel, if you have any questions for any of us, including Jennifer, feel free to ask, any questions you might have. So the first slide I have that I've thrown up here is Krista gave a nice definition of brownfields. These are brownfields in our region. Any of those look familiar? Anything in these pictures look like something you might have in your neighborhood? So just to kind of throw out just some visuals for you of some sites that have been identified in our region as brownfields and where we've actually used some of our programs on, so. Next slide here, ECIA has two programs that we administer here currently. And we receive our funding through the United States Environmental Protection Agency through a competitive grant program.
Hey, Dawn,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt, but the Blackstone Environmental ones are still up. We can't see on on Zoom your guys's.
sorry. Oh, hold on a second here.
Making sure people are awake out there.
So as she's doing that, I will say, we have.
Can we see it now?
Dylan, can you see it? Okay. I'll back up so those that are online can also see some of the pictures I was showing of ones that we have in our region. Give you a quick moment to look at those and see if you recognize any of them, any of those sites. All right, so as I indicated, ECIA has two grant programs currently that are funded through the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. We have what's called an assessment grant fund, and I think Krista alluded that, we might be able to help with some of your projects. That is actually pretty much all committed right now. So we're looking at applying for another grant, which we would not receive until next fall. So if you, as we're going through this, and you think of any sites that you think that your community could potentially use funding on, let me know, and we'll basically put you on our list and start working on creating our list for the next grant, hopefully that we receive. And if we, by chance, don't receive a grant next fall, we have Mel Pins in the room, who has actually got funding as well. So whether it's ECIA or Mel, or even a third option would be EPA directly through their target brownfields assessment program. We can help you with that as well, to get additional funding for assessments. So as Krista mentioned, she spoke mainly about a phase one. Under the assessment program, we can do phase ones, assessments. We can do, I'm gonna click to the next screen so you can see actually my list of everything that we can do. We can do phase ones, phase two, which is phase one's basically the history of the property, but the phase two actually goes in and takes samples. Like, okay, you said that you might have this hazard on this property. Okay, let's go test the ground and find out if it is truly contaminated or not. So we can do those. We can do provide funding for asbestos inspection, lead-based paint inspections, cleanup, if we actually if that contaminant is found by our consultant, our environmental consultant, we can help with creating a cleanup plan. We can do help create an analysis of brownfield cleanup alternatives. So if you wanted to come up with, okay, which would be like the best solution to clean up the site, that's what that plan would help with. We can pay for site reuse plan. We actually have a planner on staff, Chris, who's actually here today, sitting in the room. And he actually is on our planning team here at ECIA. So he helps us create site reuse plans, and he works with our consultants as well. So it's collaboration, create those plans. Besides site reuse plans, there's other types of plans that we can do, plan activities. There's like 12 different types. Another one of them is a market feasibility study. So those are all the various services that the assessment grant can fund for communities. If a community has a property that they consider in need of brownfield assistance. So all you'd have to do is fill out an application with us. Applicants that are eligible would be the city or even a nonprofit. And you don't have to own the property. So it could be a case where the property is sitting there. You have nobody interested in it because potentially people think that it has asbestos in it and they think it's got a huge price tag to clean up that building of that asbestos. Okay, well then you can contact Mel, yay, or me, and we can help you to determine if we need a phase 1 and an asbestos inspection on it. Maybe we just need an asbestos inspection. Maybe we do both, it depends on the scenario. Go in and find out, is there really truly a contamination on this property of asbestos? And that kind of takes away that mystery and hopefully can help move the needle so that the city can then look at, okay, well then do you look at cleanup of the site or try and find out how much it would cost to clean up the site and then try and either find funding for that or even maybe you find, oh, it has a clean bill of health. It's doesn't have asbestos over the contaminant levels. It doesn't require abatement. Therefore, a developer comes in and says, yeah, now I'm interested in the property. So it just kind of helps move the needle on those sites that are sitting there vacant that are in your community, whether they're city owned or not. The grant funds for the assessment grant that we have would 100% cover the services that I just mentioned. The next program that we have, whoops, I'm going to back up. I'm actually going to give you a quick example of where we've actually used funds from the assessment grant. This is a project in the city of Hopkinton that we're working on currently under our current assessment grant. We had our consultant, which was Terracon, go in and do a phase 1. They did an asbestos inspection, and then they also prepared a asbestos cleanup plan for the site. So in total, our grant funded $12,000 for to cover those expenses for those services, that assessment activity that was done. The city themselves then hired a consultant who did subsurface testing. And then the city actually acquired the site. They purchased it from the prior owner for $1,000. So they did the phase 1 and all this work up front. Well, the phase 1 up front, and then did the other items listed here. And then they're part of Keep Iowa Beautiful. So I'm not sure if everybody's part of that or not in this room, but they're part of that group. And with that program, they receive 1 free grant writing a year from ECIA. So ECIA helped them write a grant, which would normally cost about $2,000 if you put a monetary value there for the grant writing service. So they helped them write a grant for the Iowa Derelict building grant program. And Hopkinton was successful in receiving that award. So in the end, the city will be abating and deconstructing the property. And it will have cost the city funds of $5,632. And then the grant from the derelict building grant was $22,225. So the total project, the end use of this property is actually going to be a future regional medical center. So, and then it's about $800,000 investment. So the total project is like a $861,000 property project. So it's kind of give you an idea. The building has not come down, but it has been abated, correct? Sarah from the city is here today. So, so it's kind of in the works of this project, and is it anticipated to be down by spring?
Hopefully by the end of this year.
Before end year.
Yep.
And then they'll be starting to build for the
Yep.
medical center. So the medical center is in the town of Hopkinton, and this actually saved the medical center from leaving and going to different locations. Kept the regional medical center in town. By the way, if you're interested in that derelict building grant, now is the time to actually be working on it. It is a very competitive grant, great program. It can cover, now is it up to
50,000.
50,000 in deconstruction costs for a project. Why I say now is the time to start it is it's due in February, but you do have to get 3 big quotes for it and kind of have to start a lot of preliminary work and have it all laid out. Like I said, for the grant, the more details that go into it, the better, so. The other grant program that ECIA administers is the revolving loan fund. And currently we have 2 projects underway in this program. This program contains 2 things. It has loans and it has grants that can actually, once you've identified that there's a contamination on site, it helps you to actually clean up the site with the funds. So a city, a nonprofit, or even a for-profit is eligible to utilize the loan program. The grant funds, only a city and a nonprofit would be eligible to apply for those. And it does require match funds from whoever the applicant is for these programs. And as I mentioned, we have 2 programs or 2 projects going on with this grant right now, this program. One of them is in the city of Stanwood. And what's nice about this is we started this project, I think it was actually about a year ago now. We started working with the city of Stanwood and we did assessment activities with them, including a phase 1 asbestos inspection, asbestos cleanup plan. And we also did a site reuse plan for them. The total for the assessment activity is about $52,000 that were covered basically by the grant. In the asbestos inspection, it identified asbestos. However, the building has deteriorated so much that last fall, they were looking at doing the daily building grant program, but the building actually started to collapse from the roof and 3rd floor down. So they were no longer eligible to do the daily building grant program because with that program, you do have to divert from the landfill. And we just couldn't figure a way to get to the 30% diversion that you needed for that grant program. So we decided to see if the city be interested in applying for the EPIA RLF program. And they did, and they received a grant of up to $100,000 and then a loan of $50,000 to cover whatever costs there might be to clean up the site. Because you can't safely abate the asbestos, it has to be a rapid demolition. So they went out for bids on the site, and the total for the demolition, rapid demolition, is going to be about $158,800. And here's the breakdown for the project. They're getting $100,000 from the RLF as a grant. You're going to get from Mel Pins' DNR Brownfield program, $24,999. And then the city has match funds into it of $33,801. Which I think they might have somebody within the city, nonprofit or some organization that's going to even help them with that. So you can see how it's really good to kind of, when you got these buildings, these facilities, kind of stack the programs and reduce down your costs. So you can basically get rid of these properties, these buildings, and then have a nice fresh site ready for reuse. The plan with this particular site is these 2 buildings actually sit right alongside the municipal service building in the city of Stanwood. So the city is planning or thinking that they might, after demolition, either expand their services or utilize it for something else for the city. So I didn't really want to throw too much at you in regards to brownfields. But I just want to let you know that, I'm here if you have any questions as far as what my grant programs can offer. And, Mel also is here, if you have questions. We like to take team together, so if you have a project, I will most likely contact Mel and see how we can partner on that project together. If, he'll do something, I'll do something, maybe I'll do everything on this project, but the next one we'll do together. So we kind of work back and forth, and we just kind of brainstorm to see, what makes sense for each project, when we're working. So I would like to thank, Mel's a great partner. Like I mentioned, I have Jennifer Morris is on the phone, or well, actually on Zoom. And she's a great resource. I briefly mentioned that EPA has a program called Target Brownfield Assessment. So that's another program that can be utilized to help with not only phase ones and asbestos, but they can help you the phase two, which are more costly testing of a site. City of Macocota is actually utilizing that program currently to do some testing at a particular site that they have. So I'd like to thank, besides USPA and Mel, the Iowa DNR, our coalition members for our coalition grant. And we have the county of Clinton County and Jackson County are our coalition members. And then with our new grant application, Limestone Bluffs Resource is going to be joining our application that we're applying for right now. And another resource that everybody has available to them, in case they haven't heard of, is KSU TAB. Jennifer Clancy is our representative from there, and I can connect you with her, but she offers technical assistance in regards to brownfield sites. So if there's anything, again, that you maybe want to connect with her on, I can help you as well, make that connection. And then some of our regional partners, we also, with this new grant, we're looking at expanding from our 5 counties that we have currently of Cedar, Clinton, Dubuque, Delaware, and Jackson. We're adding Jones County, and with that, we're partnering with ECIA, ECICA, and some of our other partners are Jackson County Economic Alliance and Jones County Economic Development, and then the Iowa Waste Exchange. So, does anybody have any questions for me?
You did so well and covered everything.
Well, if you don't have any questions, we saved Mel, who's gonna tie everything all together for us. And we saved him for last year, so if you have any questions at the end, please let me know. It's still up here.
Okay, where, can we just take that out? Since
No, actually, we put it in.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
All right, so while Marla's getting this put up, my name is Mel Pins. I'm with the Iowa Department of Natural Resources. I've spent my entire 30-year career working on environmental issues related to redevelopment. My first 5 years was private work, last 25 years at DNR, and I've been our brownfield coordinator for the last 18 years. So I'm just kind of getting used to what I'm doing. But I really enjoy working with all 942 Iowa cities around the state. But my favorite area to come and work with is the cities within ECIA. Yeah, I'm super biased. I was born and raised down by Des Moines, but my mom and dad are Farley natives, and my entire family heritage on both sides of the clan are from Dubuque and Delaware counties. So if somebody is a Pins, a Hafer, a Schmidt, a Wolf, Breitbach, or a Latner in Dubuque County, I'm related to them. If you're from Delaware County and know anybody, Johannes, McDowell, Evers, Dish, I'm related to them. So I always feel like I could actually move up to Dyersville and be accepted as a native. So, because there's a little story behind all that. Who's from Dyersville? Anybody here? Yeah. But Jerry McGrain is still not from Dyersville. You guys know him?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, since he's populated half your town.
Yeah.
He's my wife's brother. They're all from New Hampton. They're not from Dyersville, are they? Yeah, no, of course, no, as good of a Catholic as they are. So I'll kind of stop with all the personal preferences. We'll get it back to what we're here to talk about. But what I want to kind of do is pull this together, this just great background, introduction, details. But you're going to walk out of here and feel like your head explodes on this brownfield stuff. You do not have to be the expert on this. All I want you to do is kind of like Krista said, stop, don't acquire properties without phase ones. Just stop and consult. Call Dawn at ECIA, call me before you start acquiring properties. Now, as cities, you do acquire properties all the time. I understand. Sometimes you don't do phase ones. I do understand that. But depending on what you're doing and why, look before you leap. If you're going to buy something along the, old Illinois Central alignment, yeah, let's stop and think about that. We really need to be creative and strategic about protecting your city's interests from environmental liability, a bunch of headaches. Then your mayor council doesn't get reelected, or maybe your city administrator is going to be out of a job. Gee, why didn't you do your phase one? Now you're getting in trouble with EPA. But more importantly, we want to help you leverage a lot of our funding programs and a lot of our assistance programs. EPA is kind of like parent or the predicate. A lot of that funding comes from them, but that trickles down. We have some funding at DNR through our Brownfield program I'm going to talk about. And obviously Don talked about for cooperative agreements with that they have with EPA. Those are all competitive. So ECIA really has to sing for their supper to get those, but they've done a great job for many years, and Don's done an excellent job. She was a DB&T finance officer, right?
American Trust.
Oh, American Trust, sorry, yeah.
No.
Yeah, I have DB&T in my grandparents, but be that as it may, it's a big world of all this brownfield stuff. So just consulting with us can go a long way. So what I want to do here today is give you a little more background on how we can help at DNR with our funding. So first and foremost, I'm going to really drill down on things. I want you to call me and talk to me about what you'd like to do. I call it consultation. Because first of all, I am here, we're going to be real direct. I'm here to help facilitate the redevelopment of sites, underlined, italics, bold, you can see that there, to reduce those environmental uncertainties that are hindering your community's redevelopment. Well, that's the definition of a brownfield. You're hesitant to touch it, mess with it, like Krista's picture of the old gas station. Yeah, who's going to put a coffee shop in there? Those concerns are hindering your city's interest in acquiring that. So I want to help you answer those questions. I can help a local government, that's who you are. I can help a community-based nonprofit, a housing authority, your economic development authority. If it's an economic development group, even if it's like a for-profit, I'm not sure, Dyersville Development, whatever they call it, Jackie. I'm not sure if she's for-profit or nonprofit, but some economic development corporations are for-profit, as long as they're community-based. The board's elected from cities and, county supervisors, etc. So those are the three groups I can help. I am not going to help a private land developer. I am not going to help Simon Enterprises and Farley acquire property to expand their trucking or grain elevators. No, I don't have enough money to help every business and landowner in the state. But strategic projects that you want to do, like Sarah and Hopkinton, although I really didn't put a dime into your project, boy, did we talk to get you eligible for everything, right? And you can see that now, 10 grand here, 30 grand there, a little investment by them too on some of this, but they're going to get an $800,000 project on what was a place where some guy would just park an old car in a bay in an old gas station. So talk to us about your project, but these are the three entities I can help. I can help those entities figure out, do we have any environmental problems at the site? I can help you figure out, gee, yeah, we poked into something nasty. Here's what we'd recommend for further assessment or maybe some additional resources. And certainly cleanup. Well, how do we get this asbestos out of this building? How do we clean up this contaminated soil? We can help you identify those assistance programs. Maybe it's something I can help with the DNR. If not, there's some other state programs, maybe even, can send you all the way to national competition with the EPA. Dubuque has done that a number of times. So the idea is, let's just sit down and talk about this. Don't be afraid to call DNR. I don't put my black hat on unless you're burning tired. So looking a little further here to get into some details. So What am I gonna require of you? Everybody calls the state wants money, but it's a two-way street. There's no free lunch. The program has an intent, it has a purpose, you gotta meet its eligibility. So what am I gonna ask of you? Well, you should be seeking to do two things, acquire and get that site redeveloped. The redevelopment should be one of the following options here. They're listed in the CERCLA Superfund amendments, but we aren't gonna go back to the textbook. Just conversation. Maybe you just wanna be the foster care. It's that old crappy gas station and you just wanna know, is it contaminated or still tanks in the ground? City doesn't wanna own it forever. But since Joe Blow just left it sit there, we'll take it in kind of like a foster kid. My wife's parents took in some foster children, so I kind of use that as an example, positive one. But foster kids sometimes need some extra TLC. And so that's what your role might be. You're gonna take control of this property so you can figure out what the issues are. You can then leverage these resources that are out there that aren't available in the private sector. But the ultimate goal, number one, is to then flip that. Then eventually, Jackie will help get it turned into textile brewing in Dyersville. You're gonna create tax base, you're gonna create jobs, you're gonna create interest with that property, you're gonna take it from being an obstacle into an opportunity, or kind of the ugly duckling, white swan, whatever you wanna call it. But sometimes maybe, well, the city's just gonna be the adoptive parent. Yep, we're gonna take title, we're gonna do it the correct way. But we wanna get it cleaned up and we're gonna keep it. We're going to build a new library there. We want to build a new EMS center on the site. You know, we want to have our ambulance, our police services and everything in the basement at City Hall. We want to give them their own place. So some cool public use of some value and benefit. Don't come to me and say, we want all this environmental help and then we're gonna have a parking lot for the road grader. I'm not interested in that. I want to do cool stuff like Hopkinton is doing. So, the third thing, sometimes we don't build new big things, but we create improved green space, recreational use, or even restore it back to what it was. How many junkyards are in a floodplain? Tons of them. What happens in a floodplain? It floods. But how do we redevelop a floodplain? Well, maybe we turn it into a low impact park. Maybe there's a trail there. Maybe we're doing some wildlife habitat restoration. EPA loves that stuff. So these are the three of the things. Sometimes when you come through the front door, you're just like, I got a crappy old building. I don't know what to do with it. Council doesn't know what to do with it. If we talk, these ideas come out. So you don't have to walk in the door with your complete plan, full circle. Sometimes you might have one, sometimes you don't. Flex Steel still doesn't have one in Dubuque. We can talk about that for a whole day. So sometimes just sitting down, consult with us, we can talk through that. I've seen what other cities have done. Sometimes you might have a council or city leadership that's hesitant. But if you can see, well, so-and-so did it over here. Then another council might go, oh, really? Well, we're just as good as they are. And then we can get them excited about that. If anybody's familiar in Manchester with the Whitewater Park there were like 5 or 6 funding sources through DNR and others that were leveraged, but Manchester led the way. But boy, talk about taking that main street and turning that around. That's incredible. And we were a little part of that. So what can we really help with? A little more detail here. You know, if ECIA has an assessment grant available and handy, you're thinking about acquiring a property that you want to redevelop, to help you pay for a phase 1, but so will I. This pre-purchase environmental due diligence, look before you leave. We can help do the phase 1 so we can learn about what we know already about the site and what's around it, like Krista referenced. Kind of like going to your doctor. If you say, well, my family's medical history is this, and I kind of feel like that, that's kind of a phase 1, that, you know, kind of the questionnaire you fill out. The phase 2 is the poking and prodding at the doctor's office. A phase 2 would confirm or deny if there's contamination present. You've got an old gas station from the 50s that nobody's touched in 40 years. Yeah, you might want to look and see. So we can help do or pay for the phase 2. We have grants for asbestos and lead-based paint inspections. If you're going to come in and strip out the inside of a building to remodel it, you know, strip it down to the brick walls and bead blast beams and walls. That's what John Gronin did in Millwork District. He spent hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, getting rid of asbestos and lead-based paint on those buildings on Jackson Street downtown. But you would have to do the same thing on a little 2-story bar and grill on the bottom, 1 apartment above, if you wanted to renovate that as a city. You have to look for asbestos. in any renovation or demolition. If you're gonna be stripping off paint from bricks and beams, you need to make sure that paint you're stripping is not a hazardous waste, so you should have a lead-based paint inspection. I can help pay for those. At the end of the day, then, we do the upfront due diligence. We start kind of laying out, well, what if we take title in? Kind of like a used car. We've looked under the hood. We're thinking about buying it, but it's kind of a fixer-upper. So you eventually got to decide, well, what kind of repairs are we going to need to do to this junker? That's what I look at as an analogy to brownfields. Once we've figured out what maybe the issues are, now if we take title with the proper approach, phase one that's done timely, now you're eligible for post-acquisition, some cleanup grants from DNR. So.
Hey, Mel.
Yes, sir.
We can't see your slides again.
Have you not
Online.
been seeing them at all or just recently?
Well, we've been staring at the title slide.
Oh.
Are you still on it?
Earlier. All right, how do we fix this?
Took them long enough to tell us.
Well, the way Mel talks, I wasn't 100% sure he was actually changing slides. I moving around, so I.
Do I take that as a compliment?
How about now?
There you go.
Yes, that's weird. I can't tell here what they're saying. Okay, so on the cleanup side, what we can do is if you've taken title properly, if you're voluntarily buying property, if somebody's selling it to you for a buck, giving it to you by quit claim deed, those are called voluntary acquisitions. You know, Krista can voluntarily give me a property. She can sell it to me for a buck. She can quit claim deed it to me just saying, I give it to Mel. Then I have to go record that quit claim deed. Those are all voluntary transactions. You have to do a phase one prior to that to be eligible for federal brownfield grants for cleanup post acquisition. This is the big split in the road. It's a simple signpost, but it confuses everybody. The non-voluntary actions, Krista referenced those, taking sites on tax abatement foreclosure, eminent domain, Iowa's abandonment clause, take somebody to court under chapter 657A and say they don't mow, they don't clear the sidewalk, the bricks fall down, the doors are pushed in, the 12-year-old boys get in there. We've noticed them 10 times and they don't do a darn thing. That's the abandonment proceedings. Those approaches are only things government can do. You know, private people don't have those rights to take property that way. Those are considered involuntary takings according to the EPA. There's a little more latitude there. So they'll say if you take title under those auspices, you don't have to do the phase one. But nonetheless, how you take title is important. So talk to me first. And then once you've taken title, you can be eligible for a 75% reimbursement grant from me, up to 25 grand for eligible environmental cleanup. That's things like asbestos and lead-based paint abatement or removal, contaminated site removal and disposal, maybe even groundwater cleanup, but groundwater is kind of difficult to clean up for 25 grand. And I certainly can't fund a quarter-mile plume of environmental solvent, but scope and scale in most of our small communities, this money goes a long way. So the site redevelopment process, I kind of like to illustrate things graphically. You don't have to memorize this, but most of us read from left to right. So the things in green are what I can do ahead of time. I can help you pay for a phase one. I can do an asbestos inspection ahead of time, a lead-based paint inspection. Let's kick the tires before we buy the car. If necessary, poke and prod for a phase two. Owners have to allow that. Sometimes that gets dicey. But if you decide then you want to acquire it, the stuff in blue is what you do. So site acquisition, you either do your phase one first, or you take another tax foreclosure and then domain abandonment proceedings. Then we can help you with site environmental cleanup cost shares. That's the green part, which I help again. Then redevelopment, you do that. You got your capital sources. Maybe you are paying for it out of city funds to build your new city hall. Maybe the private developer now you're giving them tax abatement, or you made it a TIF district, or you've got other incentives. But then somebody comes in and does the redevelopment. That's why we help on the front end with all this environmental boring stuff. So we can get you to get that site reuse. So we don't have to drive by it every day and look at it. So I want to give you a couple quick examples here of how we pulled all this together, and we can wrap up for lunch. Yes, it's Des Moines, but I'm not trying to show big city stuff here. You have buildings of this scope and scale in your communities. This was one of the smaller old depots in Des Moines. Our big grand ones were torn down years ago. But this site sat on a list of the 10 most endangered historic properties in Des Moines. A little nonprofit was founded by some little train nerds, some guys that like Lionel and HO model trains. They just decided we needed to save this. So they came to me and said, well, we're a nonprofit. Could you help us with our due diligence before we take title? Could you help us with an asbestos inspection? I said, sure, we can do that. So back in 2015, we started. I put a whopping $12,000 in a phase 1 asbestos inspection and helping them get rid of some asbestos in a building that had been abandoned for 40 years. That first dollar in, oh, the DNR is helping. The city of Des Moines put in 250,000. Polk County put 150,000 in. They did fundraising. They got another 100 grand. Some philanthropy plus some construction loans, $2 million plus. This was a $2.5 million project. Yeah, it's a big one, but it turned into an event center. They restored the old depot. They built this like annex to it, but it started with volunteers, nonprofits, and a vision. And lots of things can happen if you want to look at that. Closer to home, this is one of my favorite ones, Monticello. You know, we would take the split there and head up X47 through Sand Springs to Dyersville, or we'd stay on 151 and take the cutoff at Cascade to get to Farley. So I knew Monticello, and one day Doug Herman, former city manager, called and said, Mel, we got an old factory in town. Every time Kitty Creek and the Macocata floods, barrels float out of the window. I was like, what? What are you talking about? He says, yeah, there's an old factory and it's down in the floodplain, da, 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 da. I go, I never knew that was there. Is that kind of like behind Hardee's? Oh, yeah, exactly. It's like a block away. I'm like, okay, I got to see this. So I go up and this is what we see. A guy just, you know, collected all of his hazardous waste for years, never got an EPA permit for nothing, never disposed of anything, shut his business down in the early 90s. And we had floods in 98 and 2008 and 2010. And so the barrels would float out of the windows. So this was pretty big. This was beyond 25 grand, but I said, what do you want to do with this place? Well, I don't know, we could get the building down. Gee, like we talked about a green belt, like park thing, maybe. I'm like, aha, one of the 3 redevelopment options. But this was such a big deal, I could help a little bit with some phase 1 stuff, asbestos inspection. I had 30-some grand in it, but we had to call EPA. We're like, somebody violated some real rules here. This is too big for us in brownfields. EPA came in and did what they call a removal action. They spent $400,000. And this was a criminal act. But I said, hey, let's keep it in brownfields, let's play clean. So there's a little old man who was 82 years old who had just, I never heard of any environmental rule. And that was his attitude, but he pled guilty. Rather than go to jail, rather than pay a fine, he agreed to give the property to the city with the phase 1 first. And he agreed to do 80 hours of community service at the cemetery. And we got the property in the city's hands. While they were inventorying all these chemicals for removal, the dam broke at Lake Delhi. What was that, Saturday morning? They had 90 minutes notice. They quickly got everything up on pallets, tried to get everything up they could off the floor so that barrels didn't float out of the window once again. And they got everything up and out of it. So what happened? Some of you may know, we not only have a greenbelt park, so every time it floods, low impact, pick up a few, you know, tree trunks and limbs. We got an 18-hole disc golf course. They raised money to build this kind of really cool, open, 3-sided kind of Morton building shelter. They have farmers markets you can pull in and under it. That's so cool. In the winter, they put up little flashboards, 6 inches of water freezes, and they have an ice skating rink. Anybody here from Monticello around, right? Am I telling the story okay?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. And according to Mr. Herman, they raised $450,000. There was some little old lady philanthropist, I think, that stuck some money in that.
Wow.
This came out of, we have an old building with barrels floating out of the window. So there was a generic kind of comp plan about some improved green space, little green marks on a map. But all of this had to come from the city council support, community support, leadership by city folks. And this is what you can get out of a crappy brownfield site. And this is a town of 3,800 people. This is not Des Moines. Final one for closure, since Jennifer Morris is on the line with us. One of the first projects I worked with was in Emmitsburg in northwest Iowa. It's still one of my favorites. Again, old building, some old boys started tearing it down. Didn't look for, remove asbestos, got yelled at by DNR. DNR said, secure the site to prevent further trespass and asbestos release. This is how he secured the site. Really good job. And the thing's sitting there. The county could take it on back taxes. They could do the non-voluntary taking, but they didn't want to inherit a building with asbestos. So they called me, can you help? Well, what's your reuse strategy? We didn't really have one at the moment. But we talked, we had a meeting in the courthouse and we talked about, oh, they'd like a parking lot because the VFW meets next door and it's the congregate meal center and it's the voting place. I'm like, I don't fund parking lots. Darn, what do we do? I just happened to say, where's your like Freedom Rock? Where's your Veterans Monument at the courthouse 2 blocks away? I like that stuff. Some old county supervisor says, we don't have one of those. We'd like to build a veterans park somewhere. Well, why don't you build it here? It's right next to the voting precinct center where your VFW meets. So they raised $30,000 by the next week. I helped with $8,000 of asbestos. They built the memorial. They kept adding to it over about 10 years. 125 grand was invested. Yeah, sometimes you have a restored depot. Sometimes you have a greenbelt park with a shelter. Sometimes you might just have a monument to your veterans from your community. I'm all for whatever you want to do at your scope and scale and one of those 3 options. So it's not always $1 million project. It's just one that's good for you. So that's what I wanted to share with you. You at the end of the day are still going to have the primary investment. If you've ever met Jim Thompson from Iowa Economic Development or his coworkers like Jimmy T in the community department, I've heard them say, economic development isn't going to come in and redevelop your town. You are. You're going to invest in it, but we can help you with programs, with assistance. So let me help you with those environmental questions that are getting in the way. But if you get that first dollar going, that gets the confidence going, it gets the partnerships going, and it's a whole lot easier to get that steamroller moving. Real quick, I know this is kind of small print, but we have my program at the top. Dawn asked me to talk about some other assistance programs. There's a derelict building grant program that DNR has. I don't manage it. I use it as kind of a cousin resource here, if you will, or double barreling. I can't pay to tear down a building. I can't pay to physically remodel a building. That's not an environmental cost. But the legislature passed a program about 15 years ago to help smaller cities of under 5,000 with grants of up to 50 grand for building demolition or building renovation. Has to be owned by the city though. They're not going to come in and just help the guy that owns the bar. And if you want to tear it down, if it's that bad a shape, 30% of the waste has to be diverted from your community landfill. You can't just dump it in a ravine. You've got to reuse it or recycle it. Sometimes the bricks or a concrete block can be used for fill outside of a floodplain. The Iowa Waste Exchange has helped on projects like that. That's where, Sarah, that's where you got your money, right? For the old gas station. So we tear it down and get your.
And can I just say one thing on that? Just be careful of when it talks about the diversion. Is really go in and see what's in your space. Because ours was an office or had been like a LP gas or tank place that just walked away from all their paperwork. So ours has been thousands and thousands of pounds of paper that we've had to pull out and recycle. So ours is not down yet because of it's taken our time to do.
But you can count that as the.
So we're weighing all of that, but it's time consuming because it had social security numbers on it from. So we're having to figure out, okay, like this piece of paper has to be shredded, this one, bank, records. So.
There are companies that will come in and just do shred all.
Well.
Now it gets a little more expensive.
Exactly. My dime is a little cheaper.
Right. He does for a week. But there are angles to that. You know, a lot of buildings weight is there's structural components, and a lot of our older buildings, it's going to be brick, or maybe concrete block. It was built in the 40s or after. But that's got to be diverted. But that is just a really great program to help with the physicality of building demo or renovation of the inside to get it kind of like a white box. It's ready to go. If you strip out the old crappy stuff from the 60s that they put in, you get it ready so somebody can come in and frame it out that wants to acquire it. Iowa Economic Development Authority has some stuff too. They have the Community Catalyst Building Remediation Program. Has anybody worked with that? I know we got some folks online too. Yeah. What's nice about that, private entities that own a building can be eligible. The city has to put in some skin in the game too. But this is a good one for private folks, and it's a private-public partnership that way. They can get up to 100 grand. That goes a long way on a main street or a town square. Iowa Economic Development Authority also has the redevelopment tax program for gray fields and brownfields. That can be for private folks and nonprofit folks that want to come in, kind of like a foster parent thing, and get a building turned around. Over a decade plus ago, Gronin did that with some buildings on Jackson Street in the Millwork District. Just this year, I think in the last month, Tipton got an award. I don't know, Cedar and whatever, it's like the main corner in town.
The Rhinos building.
Yeah.
The Rhinos building, yeah. So, gosh, we've done some others. Dyersville got some derelict building, I think, for the textile. And I sit on that review team. I'm one of the 5 people. So it's an IEDA program, but I work closely with them. That's great. That's a 12% tax credit. So just on a vacant, empty building, if it's sitting there and somebody says, hey, I'm gonna spend $1 million to clean it up. Or to remodel it, fix it up, they could get 120,000 back. It's competitive though, so you gotta have a good project. If there's a lot of environmental issues to deal with, asbestos, lead-based paint, soil cleanup, you get a 24% tax credit. So $1 million project, you get 240 grand back. We only fund, I say with the state review, about 40% of the projects get funded. We had like 55 applicants and we funded somewhere around 23 of them. So the odds are better than in Vegas, but you gotta have a good project. So I'm happy to consult about any of these. Don wanted me to mention the REAP program. That's DNR's Resource Enhancement and Protection Grant Program. It's been around since 1985. It's kind of complex. There's about $12 to $15 million available in a given year. There's, by law, it's divided up. 15% of the funding is available to grants for city parks and open space grants. So at a municipal level, that's one of the primary things that you could look at. It's competitive. Applications are due usually around state fair time, middle of August. But you can't fund things like pools, sports fields, ball diamonds, golf courses. That's not DNR stuff. You have to fund things like, gee, we're going to have a low impact nature trail on this ground that we've acquired, or we do want to expand our city park. Somebody wanted to take down all these trees and build houses. We want to save that. And we'd like to, maybe put trails in that. REAP money was used, I think, in Manchester for the Whitewater Park. So REAP is a good program. It's not about cleaning up environmental things, but it's one of those kind of cousin things that sometimes we can tie in. There's a gal in Des Moines that manages that named Michelle Wilson. She's great to work with. But all you gotta do is hop online, type in Iowa DNR REAP. They just have a great summary page on that. And I know a number of you have worked with REAP, either online or here today. I think you get 90% of the money up front if you're approved, which is nice. And then they hold like a 10% back until you complete it, and then you get the rest. So those are some of the programs that I'll always try to sit down. How do we look at this from every angle so that we can help? Sometimes people ask, well, what other money is out there? Well, I'm not an expert on every funding source in the universe, but your regional COG is. So sometimes there's things like what? Housing grants, your rural electric cooperatives, your local utilities sometimes provide incentives. If somebody's going to build a business or expand one, what are they going to use? Energy, that's what they want. So there's a variety of ways you can continue to leverage this, but just like I had in the slide, a little stair step, first dollar in usually gets more and up you go. So that's what I wanted to kind of primarily provide today. If there's any messages here, do your phase 1 for your acquire property. Call me to consult, call Don to consult. We'll bring in our partners at EPA as well, or, they've got some larger funding. They also have some like planning and visioning funding through some of their partners. But again, I like to help all 942 cities in Iowa, but I really like to help you guys. So it gives me an excuse to come up here. I came up here on Friday. I spent 2 days at the toy show. Yeah, so the back of my vehicle is kind of full of stuff I have to hide from my wife when I come. But she knew what I was gonna be doing. So we've got a little time here. So between Krista and Donna and myself, again, I know brownfields can be kind of super detailed on one hand, but broad on another. So are there any tough properties, scenarios, strategies, questions that you have seen for any specific properties? Anything we could help with on spitballing? Anybody on the line?
Hey, Mel, I got a question. This is Derek from Jones County.
Yeah.
So my question, and maybe even the EPA can weigh in, is a little more programmatic. Is there ever a point where the government's going to require their own entities to actually clean it up to a pristine level instead of leaving it at the bare minimum, like, you know, the DOT and stuff does quite often, to make it, that makes it harder on cities to redevelop?
Gee, Derek, what side are you talking about?
Uh-huh. I have a few.
Yeah. So, but Derek has a good point. Most all cleanups from the federal government and even state level are based on what are called risk-based approaches. It can be almost impossible to clean stuff up to naturally occurring levels, which would mean nothing. But there's cleanup to what are called use levels. We have a residential standard, which means analysis has been done that whatever the contaminant is, let's say lead in the soil, you could roll around in it every day, eat 2 aspirins worth every day. I don't know who would do that. And at that level, it's not going to be anything that's going to cause any problem. So lead, as an example, is 400 parts per million. You want to eat 400 parts per million of lead every day, go for it. I don't recommend that for children under 12, but as an adult, yeah, great. So that's a risk-based approach. Industrial standards, non-residential use properties, the lead standard is 2.5 times more liberal. It's 1,100 parts per million. Groundwater, contaminated groundwater is like wrestling smoke. It's almost impossible to fully clean up. So if you're on a city water supply, nobody's going to access that groundwater. It's not a risk. So, but that's the conundrum sometimes. I think Derek is referencing, well, it's like an as-is used car. Yep, it's got 250,000 miles on it. Not as good as new. Gets you around town. But nope, sorry, it's not like a new car. Some buyers won't want that. Some want more than what the regular okay is. So I don't know, Derek, if you could change legislative minds in both Iowa and DC, possibly. But most cleanups are based on risk-based standards. Now, asbestos is different. If it's there, it has to get it. And that's all there is to it. But I know that can be frustrating sometimes, but we try to give everybody at least what were the decisions, and it's kind of like a used car. What are the precautions or, you know, restrictions you're still going to need to look at to be able to use that site to any degree? So that's probably not the answer Derek wanted, but that's all I can give on that. Anybody else have any? Yeah, go ahead.
From the EPA, since I don't know what site you guys are obviously aware of and are talking about, we have what we call the redevelopment navigation team, where we try to deal with navigating redevelopment on hard to pin down sites that are where decisions about cleanup have made it difficult to get to redevelopment on those sites because of decisions that have been made by other programs that is putting stumbling blocks. So if there are sites like that you want to surface to EPA, I may be putting something out there that I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'd be happy to maybe take something back, or if you want to bring that to us at EPA, to the navigation team, we could try and work through some issues. There's a limit to what we can do with federal sites, but for example, we have a federal site where the GSA is responsible for cleaning up the contamination underground, but the above ground, the building part, GSA isn't responsible for cleaning up the asbestos, but that asbestos is something that could be dealt with the brownfields cleanup. So that is eligible for cleanup with the brownfields and is being cleaned up as a brownfields RLF through a brownfields RLF. So there may be like pieces and parts of a cleanup that can be dealt with. So I'm just saying, don't always just assume the answer is no. We love to try and problem solve. So bring it to us at EPA and we'll try and navigate those hard problems.
Jennifer, can you just real quick throw your phone number out there?
Yeah, sure. My phone number is 913-515, or that's my personal cell phone, 551-7341. And that's morris.jennifer@epa.gov. Or any of us at the Brownfields team is at R7_Brownfields@epa.gov. That'll go to a group box at the Brownfields team, R7_Brownfields@epa.gov. That'll go to the group box. And I did not win the Powerball last night, so I'll be here.
Just remember us all if you do, Jennifer. We've gotten along great for years. Okay. Anybody else have any other scenarios or sites or things that keep you up at night on old properties? If you do, give us a call. Either again, check with Don.
Are there exceptions to the rule Krista was talking about it for federal liability, even if you didn't own the property at the time of contamination?
It really depends. A lot of it is when it was acquired. You know, we've had cities that acquired properties in the 70s or 80s before there were these due diligence requirements of federal law. And again, I was teasing her about scaring people straight, say no to drugs, yes, we always want you to do a phase one, but again, what's the implication if you didn't? If you're trying to seek some of the EPA brownfield grants for cleanup that either EPA has directly, John may have through a revolving loan, or I have on my mini cleanup grants. Yeah, we are gonna ask that. If you took title in the last 10 years and didn't do a phase one, you're gonna be SOL. But what we've done before is, well, let's find a different foster parent that you can send that to that would be eligible. We'll help them do the due diligence. So maybe your city or county economic development group or your industrial corporation, we could help them with it. So we just position them. We help them do the phase one. They take title for a while. We help do the environmental cleanup. They can flip it back to you. It's a bait and switch, but EPA said, yeah, you can do that. So do you have a scenario kind of like that?
I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just asking about the liability question.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm always happy to talk theoretical too.
Yeah.
But that's something that we run into. Again, I've had cities, well, we just had to take action. I mean, the bricks were falling down. So, he was at council that night and signed it over to us with a quick claim deed. I said, did you record it? Yeah. I'm like, oh. So we helped Tipton stop doing that. They about took title to that building in Tipton in the last 6 months because the guy had signed the quick claim deed. But with their good attorney that they now have, Doug Herman, he said, nope, don't file it at the courthouse. I said, as long as you don't file it, let's do the phase one update. Then the day that's done, you can go down the next day and file it. So if you're going back, advising the council, let's do our phase ones if we're taking voluntary title of the property. And we could probably help you pay to get that done. Anything else by anybody? Okay, well, I think we're kind of on schedule.
Yeah.
All right, Don, you want to close us out with anything? This is your party. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a kind of business card. Leave the business card up front of the.
Sorry to pick on that.
Oh, you're doing. All right.
Yeah, I told my wife, I need to come to your autism confirmation.
You can't.
Yeah, I said, I'm gonna have to buy a new car in 5 years.
Yeah. You're good point. I mean.
No, but very choice. I hope you are going to. Yeah, it's a good 2.5. Yeah, boy, chance.
Yeah, situation was great, actually, I'm talking to the. That from last year's numbers could have been, I mean, you know, every year we talk about it as far as, yeah, we can bring weekends, so that wasn't the best for the outdoor vendors, but yet, because the farmers couldn't be in the field. So if they had any field work to do, they didn't care because they were here, and so yeah, I mean, I didn't have 100% of it.
Oh, as I said to people, it's been a lot worse, and there's been places been showing 28 degrees.
Yeah, no.
Parking was also.
Right, yeah.
So. Sometimes I don't have to there.
I
As much as I'd love to learn about a new topic.
Yeah, you're all right. I learned a lot from you. So are you in Des Moines? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, statewide fund stuff.
So have you ever heard of the ripple effect?
Yes.
The program put on by, it's, a grant, Orion, which is. I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
It's an application for grant. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Don wanted to come in and.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about, are there, who's these?
That's who they.
I couldn't think that. It's a joke.
Well,
Let's introduce yourself.
We're gonna go ahead and get started. Mine's not gonna be real long, and I apologize to the people on the Zoom call. I don't have a presentation, and I'm just gonna talk a little bit about IPAIT. My name is Paul Kruse. I work for PMA Financial Network. We're based in Naperville. All we do is we work with public funds, and we manage about $37 billion in public funds in mostly in the Midwest. We also have an office in New York, Pennsylvania, and Florida. But we're mostly in Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nebraska. But anyway, we manage funds. Again, we manage the IPAIT fund. And I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's been around since 1987. It was started back the Iowa League of Cities, the Iowa State Association of Counties, and the Association of Municipal Utilities got together, and that's when it was started. The three entities that were the first ones were the Maquoketa Municipal Utilities, City of Fairfield, and Buchanan County. When those three entities got together, they started the fund. It's a fund that all the cities can use as a member of the Iowa League of Cities. I had this poster put or something like this at the Iowa League of Cities conference, and Tim Stiles is on our board. I don't know if you can see that. And again, I apologize. I should have had it blown up bigger, but this is what I want everybody to key on. So I was at the Iowa League of Cities, and Tim Stiles said, when we just had a little thing on our table, and it showed our rate. Back then, the rate was $2.52. So when was the League of Cities? September. So our rate was $2.52. Tim says you need a bigger poster to promote the rate. This morning I take that back. Yesterday morning it was $3.14. Today the rate is $3.20. So I don't know how many of you remember, but the last time it was this high was 2008. So it's been almost 15 years since we've seen this rate this high. My position is basically to let everybody know that you should be getting the $3.20 rate. We manage the fund. Again, the fund has the investments are the same thing that all your cities can invest in. We invest in treasuries, agencies, and Iowa Bank CDs. One of the things, again, we've got over 450 public entities. We have the diversified portfolio. And the way that works is it's a money market fund. You have access to that, and you can transfer funds back and forth from your local bank to IPAIT daily, no cost. There's no minimum investment, so if, you know, it's like, a lot of times I'll go to a city and they'll say, well, we don't have enough, we don't have much funds. Well, if you got $5, there's no minimum, so that $5 would earn the $3.20 today. To give you an idea, again, talking about how rates have changed, a year ago, well, if I would have been here a year ago, our rate was 1 basis point. If you had $1 million in IPAIT, you would have earned $100 for the year. Today, that $1 million would earn you $32,000. So it's 320 times what the rate was a year ago. Again, it's a fund that you can use. There's no transaction costs. So it's all ACH. So the way you move the funds is you go online and you get a user ID and password and you plug it in. As long as we know by 3 o'clock today, the funds will be back in your city tomorrow at no cost, and vice versa. So let's just say you invested today and you said, gee, I need money back. As long as by 3 o'clock, the funds will be back in your local bank. There's no minimum balances, unlimited sub accounts. I've got some cities that have upwards to 20 different accounts. They might have a general account, they might have an operating account, they might have a library account, they might have a parks account. Each account is maintained separately. So maybe you've got those accounts at your local bank. Well, we can set up a mirror account at IPAIT. The funds are the interest is paid monthly. So at the end of the month, you'll get the interest and just gets thrown back into your principal. It accrues daily. So again, it's going to go up a little higher. Excellent complement to existing bank relationships. We work with about 300 banks across Iowa. So chances are we're working with your bank right now. We offer a fixed term program. So the fixed term program is CDs. So if you have a CD that's maturing and you want to rate, send me an email and say, what can you get from me today? This morning we quoted rates, let's see, 440 for a 6-month and 465 for a 12-month CD. We haven't seen those rates for a long time. To give you an idea how some of the cities use it, and I'm good with this. I said my goal is to get every city, and we work with the schools, so chances are we work with your school. We work with all but 5 schools in the state. So chances are one of your schools is already a participant in the ICE-JET fund. That's the Iowa Schools Joint Investment Trust. But I met with a finance committee 3 weeks ago. And when I walked in, I recognized the president of the bank right away. He was there for another, he's on the industrial committee or industrial area committee. So he was there representing them. And I recognized him right away. And he goes, what are you here for? And I said, well, I'm going to talk about IPAIT. And he goes, well, you can leave anytime you want. And so anyway, we talked for a bit and I presented to the city. And they were getting 1.75, I think it was 1.5%. And I presented and I said, well, today's rate was like 2.75. And the president of the bank said, I will, just so you know, and he endorsed the IPAIT program, which was nice. He says, I think you guys should pass the resolution. But just so you know, the rate now is for the city is 2.75. So when again, we would have loved to have the funds, but he picked up 100 basis points just by going to and saying, look, we want to keep it in town. And I get that. City councils want to keep it in town. Boards of supervisors want to keep it in town. But if you can earn another 10,000, yesterday I bid, again, it was a county. The rate was, we did 460 and the local bank did 410. And it was $2 million. And I got a email back. She goes, thank you for the bid. but we're gonna keep it local. We want to keep it local, but she gave it $10,000. By going with a 410 versus a 460. Again, my deal is to get you the best rates. If you haven't passed the resolution, what I do is I meet with the councils. And that's what I did, like I said, a couple weeks ago. I meet with them, I explain how it works, the benefits. We're, governed by a board of trustees. Your representatives are Tim Stiles from West Des Moines. He's the CFO at West Des Moines. Brent Hansen from used to be at Washington. Now he's at Mason City, and Jeff Nemmer's CFO at Fort Dodge. So those are your representatives on the board. Alan Kemp is the executive director at Iowa League of Cities. He sits on our executive board. But it's one of those, again, the rates, we haven't seen this for a long time, and you need to look at it. I think, consider it. If you'd like me to meet with your board, your council, that's what I do. Again, CD bids, we also do treasuries, and I know a lot of the cities aren't used to using treasuries. And one of the things that, and I won't go into it today, but treasuries work a lot basically like CDs. They're purchased at a discount. So if you have $1 million treasury, it might be, $990,000, but it's going to mature at the million. We invest in treasuries. Treasuries quite often are a little higher than the CDs, and they're liquid. They're a little bit more liquid, so you can break them if you need to versus a CD. We can just sell the treasury. I don't know how many of you use IPAIT or have passed the resolution.
Manchester.
Oh, sure, yeah. And again, it's you should at least pass the resolution. I presented to, I can't remember what county group it was. And after I presented, the board chairman, he goes, is there any reason, he goes, why we would not want to pass the resolution? And I said, well, I can't think of any reasons not to. But I sent him an email and I said, here's the reasons why I think you should pass it. First of all, it doesn't cost you anything. Passing the resolution, all that does is says, if your city wants to invest, you can. There's times when your local bank might look at it and say, hey, we don't need funds. And I've had school districts more often than cities, but schools call me and say, my bank doesn't want our money. As a matter of fact, we had a small school in Johnson County, they called and said, we have until the end of the month to move $3 million out. Well, fortunately, they had an IceJet account set up, so we moved it out. So again, once you passed it, it's something that you can use no matter whether you use it as a lever or you actually invest. Yeah, it provides investment options for your liquid funds. Maybe you keep some of you don't have to keep all your funds in the bank. Maybe you have an account at the bank that's not earning interest. Sometimes the bank says, well, if it doesn't have this amount or this balance, it's going to be a zero balance account.
And you don't have balance limits or
No.
requirements?
No. So no minimum balances. So if you've got, like you said, $5, it doesn't matter.
0.75 on my little over $3 million in our checking account.
So 0.75 and 3 million. Yeah, that's real money. So again, that 3 million, you're gonna, almost $100,000 in interest annualized. So yeah, no minimums. And the nice thing, again, you can say, well, okay, we're not going to pull that 3 million out, but maybe we're going to put, maybe it's 500,000, maybe it's $1 million. The other nice thing is if you pull that $3 million out and the bank calls you up and says, we'll pay you what IPAIT's paying, we'll pay the 320. That's fine. The next day you pull it back, you put it back in. It's liquid.
And you have that sample resolution that.
I do.
That's what I was thinking.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's on the website?
Yeah, and I'll send it to you, and what I'll do is I'll send you, if you send me my information is on the bottom of the. Okay, yeah, And I'll sell it to you, so it's an infillable form, so you can go, so you can just fill it in. When you see it, and the first thing, and everybody calls up and says, I think you sent me the wrong form, because it has City of Fairfield, this has Buchanan County, and it has Macoka Utilities. And they're listed there because they were the first three that started the IP. Again, to get certificate of deposit rates for outside, so you're gonna contact your local banks for CDs. And we're not gonna contact them. So every time when I get an email and it says, you know, has listed the 4 or 5 banks with my name as from PMA, we know we're not gonna call Midwest One, or we're not gonna call Hills Bank and Trust, or we're not gonna call People's Bank or Bankers Trust, if that's your bank. So we're gonna contact those other banks and we're gonna get you the rate. Again, the nice thing is you can go to your bank and say, look, this is what we can get through IPAIT, will you match it? Now, my example with the 410 versus the 460, you know, again, I'm disappointed that she didn't get the 460. You know, she should have. And like I said, we were set up to invest, and she says, well, my board of supervisors likes to keep it back in the county.
Are there monthly transaction limits?
No. So you could transfer, and there's no, there's no cost. So
Too good to be true.
it's like I said, it's again, ACH, so it's all, you know, no, there's no cost to that. And again, right now, like I said, if I'd been here a year ago, I'd be saying we'll get it's 1 basis point, 0.001. And, you know, but again, today's rate is much better, thanks to the Fed.
Do you have like your fees on your website?
What's that?
I'm assuming you charge fees, so are
No,
those on your
no.
website?
It's everything that I quote to you is net of fees. So the 320, so yeah, and people say, well, gee, how do you make money? And trust me, we do. You know, as PMA does the marketing, we do the asset management, we do the administration, and then US Bank is our custodian.
Right, so you've worked it into the rate already. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. So, yeah, when we say 320, that's what everybody gets. And watch, because like I said, yesterday's rate was 314. It's going to continue to rise. Now the Fed's going to meet next month again, and we think it's going to probably go up maybe another 50 to 75 basis points. That will put that rate up higher. The nice thing is, you know, again, banks are part of our business, and we work with the banks closely. But when the Fed bumped the rate, you know, was it November? Just a few. Friday. No, it was last Wednesday. They're not going to call you and say, oh, the Fed just bumped the rate, we're going to give you another 75 basis points.
Well, that's upsetting. They should.
They should.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
They should take care of us.
Yeah. So, but again, they're not going to, and as long as, if you're happy with, you know, as long as you're getting 0.75, I mean, they're not gonna, you know, until you say something. And, you know, you may go back and you may say, look, this is what I can get. Will you match it? And they might match it.
But that's disappointing, the fact that they're not matching it, and they're like, okay, never mind, we will now. You know, like, that's frustrating.
Well, and I guess, so can I ask you a
Yes.
question? So if I call them, of course, today, later when I get to the office or tomorrow and say, okay, so we're looking at transferring some of our funds to IPAIT because we can get
Yep.
3.20. Do you ask them to put you at the current
Yeah.
rate that it's going at, or because
So,
why would I want to get locked in if it's gonna?
yeah, so for them, they're probably gonna lock it, or maybe they're gonna say, so, you know, if you go to our website now, if you go to www.ipait.org.
Yeah.
And you go to our website, you'll see the rate. And
Okay,
like I said, that rate is what everybody's gonna get.
but if I put money with you, is it gonna keep changing every day? Then yesterday I would have got 3.14, or do you lock us?
No, so if you put in a $100,000 yesterday and it was invested at 314, today that rate is 320 on that same 100,000.
Oh, okay, yes, I see it.
And it shows, and it'll show you the 7-day yield. And I think that's a little over 3 because the rate has been going up.
If the rate goes down, then yes, you get that, whatever that rate
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Right.
Right.
But
You think
like you
do a
said, for,
CD and lock it in on a CD.
yeah, and that's, yeah, and CDs, you know, you might consider maybe laddering CDs.
It's been a long time since I've done CD.
Yeah.
I mean,
And there hasn't been any reason to, because, you know, CDs haven't been a real good option either. Until, like I said, the Fed starts moving the rates, and so does, in this case, I do.
Are you trending up the rate for the 5 days? It's been trending up.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, so the first quarter, almost the whole first quarter of 2022, we were at 1 basis point. So now, like I said, putting that in perspective, today it's 320 basis points. Every time the Fed went up, our rate went up. And because what we invest in is treasuries and agencies, and that's what's part of the fund.
I think that's a good point about locking, or, you know, because you're gonna move every single day, but a carry back conversation to our bank is, what assurances do you have for us that you're following the rate rises or you?
Yeah.
Right? So I think that's an important question, and one I haven't addressed yet, but I had the same experience where you have to go to them.
If you have your money in a regular savings account, then you're earning whatever the rate is. They're not locking you into a savings, or they shouldn't be, unless it's like a CD. If it's just a regular savings account, right, you should be earning whatever.
And this is a money market fund,
Right.
exactly. And what you could do is you could say to your bank, because again, you just went on IPAIT.org. Everybody can do that. And you can say, look, you know, just go to the website, and, you know, maybe what you do is you say, okay, what was the average rate for November or October? And say, okay, and then maybe they call you up and say, okay, well, we'll give you what the average rate was for the month of October. And because the chances are they're not going to, like in our case, you know, keep going up. Again, just an option for funds when local banks do not want public funds. And we saw that a lot because of the property tax time. Our fund goes up straight up during property tax. There's you know, several counties that have upwards to $80-90 million during tax receipt time. Now, then it goes out, and then it goes to the cities, and then it goes to the school districts. So our ICE-JIT fund is up. To give you an idea, both of the funds are right around $1.4 billion. So on behalf of cities, counties, and utilities, we have about $1.4 billion, and that same amount for the school districts in the state of Iowa. So obviously it's utilized. I just, and it's not any secret, but while we're sitting here, West Des Moines School District moved $40 million into the Iowa Schools Joint Investment Trust. Again, a lot, and their rate is a little higher than what IPAIT is. Diversification, again, maybe you don't want to keep it all in your local bank, or you want, you know, you have some in different banks. So diversification, laddering, especially for bond proceeds. What we'll do for bond proceeds is we'll match the draw schedule. So if you've got a project, maybe it's a fire station, maybe it's a new city, whatever, and you know, this is how we're going to draw the money. We'll work with the architect, and we'll get a draw schedule, and then we'll set that up so we know, you know, maybe the draw schedule says we need 200,000 in November. So we'll put it in a fixed term investment, so it'll be a little higher. We just did, let's see, what was it? West Branch School District had $15 million bond issue. We invested. Their blended rate was like 4.75, because, you know, we kept some of it short and some of it long, but so the longer one obviously had the higher rates. Bank philosophies change, ownership change. I know in Des Moines, for example, I know Great Western just sold. BMO, Bank of Montreal, is coming into town, so they're, you know, things are changing. Again, ability to have unlimited accounts with daily access. And then the last one is online investment capabilities. So you can go online, you put in your user ID and password, and you'll see, here's what, you know, I want to make a transaction. Or in the old days, I would say I've been doing this for a while, you used to make a phone call. And you just say, you know, this is Sally, and I need to make a transfer. I moved 50,000 from my local bank to IPAIT, and we'll move that for you. It's always in a closed loop. So the funds are either going to be at IPAIT or your local bank. And there's no way they can be outside of that loop. So when you call, we've got everything set up, and you just say, hey, can you move 100,000 to my local bank, or I need it moved back. I've covered a lot. I know hopefully I've answered some of your questions. My number, and I know that the gal that talked earlier, she said, oh, that's my personal number. Well, I only have one number. So the number, the 515-554-1555 is my number. So if you have a question over the weekend, you have a question at night, anytime, that's my number. So if you'd like me to meet with your council or board, that's what I do. So a lot of times, and I always tell, I say, invite your bank. I'm good with that. Banks understand that we're part of the, to help on the investment side. It's just another option, which reminds me too, IPAIT is an investment. It's not a depository. So I know I always get some, they say, well, gee, I have to add you to my depository list. IPAIT's an investment, just as a CD is, just as a money market fund is, just as a, treasuries and things like that. I'll get you the, again, I can send you the resolution that what we would need. My point always with that is, once it's passed, you don't need to do anything else. And so if rates change, you might not use it for a while. The only thing that does change quite often, if some of you have passed the resolution, you haven't used it for a while, we may need a new authorized signer, or we may need a new bank. And that's all we need. We don't need a resolution passed again at your city council, because they've already passed it. Difference with schools and cities don't normally change their names. When I started with schools, there was 450 schools. I think there's now 320. A lot of ABC schools, BCLUW, AHSTUV, West Fork now is, but anyway, so again, once it's passed, and if you don't know, maybe your council has passed it, shoot me an email and say, hey, have we passed the resolution? Maybe it's already been passed and all we need is new authorized signers and bank information, or new accounts set up. Any other questions? Like I said, if I'm heading down the road and you think of something, give me a call. Or like I said,
someone wants to know what the difference between basis points and interest, or is there one?
yeah. So, so 1 basis point. So 100 basis points is 1%. And that's all you need to really know. So 320 basis points is 3.2%. So yeah, we use basis points. And again, it used to be, for the longest time, it was just between banks, and what IPAIT was paying was basis points. It was maybe 2 or 3 basis points. Yeah, we're paying you 0.005, and we were maybe at 0.004, and so the difference was a basis point.
Thanks for the information.
So appreciate your time. Again, it's
yeah, pretty much. It's like not a few, but it's like there's more work to do, and you
Well,
that bad person to call the bank.
and-
Of course, the banker is my brother, and so I call him.
well, and that's my point. And again, it's always, I said, you're entitled to get that rate, and it's what that's what this fund was set up for. Back in 1987, that's what they said. Let's do something that, then again, it was a 2080 entity that was started.
You're talking, no matter what the dollar amount is, I have 3 different accounts that because of, they require a balance in there, or you get charged service
Yep.
fees. And so I switched it to a no interest account. Well, that's not
Yeah.
beneficial either. I need to get rid of that.
I presented years ago, I presented to a school board one time and they had like $15 million. And the rates back then were probably a little better than what we are today. And they said, okay, the fees that they were waiving, because that was the bank's point was, hey, look, we're waiving fees. And so, but if we did an analysis and the difference between what they had waived and what they would have earned in interest was over $200,000. So it's, so a lot of it's just the way the picture's painted.
So Paul, I may have missed it before, but are you willing to go talk to city council?
Yes, that's what I do. So I've met with, so in the early years, so just so you, like you said, this started in 1987. I was the first guy that they hired to market this fund. Has anybody heard of the Iowa Trust? And I know it was a big deal in Dubuque County back in the 1980 something, late 80s. And so they hire me to market the fund, and it's called the Iowa Public Agency Investment Trust. It's got the Iowa Trust is in the name. And I'm going to city councils, I'm going to boards of supervisors, I'm going to school boards and explaining this fund where people lost a lot of money. Because of that, there was, everybody has to have an investment policy. They came up with Iowa 12B1. So now you've got the statute that says, here's what you can invest in. You can't invest in anything but treasuries, agencies, commercial paper, which we don't allow it, where it's not part of our fund. This commercial paper is not in it, but it is allowable for the cities and Iowa Bank CDs. And it shows how old I am, but when we started that, they said, okay, everybody has to have an investment policy. I would imagine every one of you, if you used the sample investment policy that was put out by the Iowa League of Cities, and I think it's number 4, has Iowa Public Agency Investment Trust as an approved investment. And the reason being is because me and Mark McClurg wrote the sample investment policy to include IPAIT. So most everybody has that in your investment policy already, or you should. So again, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Paul.
If you pass the resolution, I printed some of these off because I thought, well, maybe some of you might have passed the resolution and you haven't. But this is the instructions on, and if you want to share it or whatever, this is how easy it is to make it an investment or withdrawal. So
We can just email you and find out whether or not we do.
yeah.
Because I'm 6 months on, so I
Yeah.
have no idea.
Yeah. So yeah, here's.
I think if you have the league.
Like through Iowa Interactive, where you started with the very first thing.
Yeah, I cash things at a league. I think you have an iPay.
Paul, did you hear what Aaron said?
I think if we started with iCash or that old, I think we all have iPaid, and if you use that program through the league, their credit card processing. like-
Yeah,
I don't think so. It's a different resolution.
but yet we had to have an iPaid account because.
Oh,
money,
You're right.
And then we had to reconcile it.
I bet you're right, because IceJet had the same thing with Ice Cap, the Iowa
Okay.
Schools Cash Anticipation Program.
Because I would agree with Aaron, because there was something, because I do remember going through and setting up this account. Now granted, and
Well, shoot me an email and just say, hey,
Okay.
and then, like I said, the nice thing is, especially if all we need is an authorized signer,
Okay.
you could be invested tomorrow, because it just takes, But if it's the resolution, like you said, does take a little more time.
As long as it's a bank. We used to do the credit union, but we got away from that once we didn't do CDs anymore. In fact, we used to do the number 1 CD that I wanted to get good interest rates there. but we don't, so I use all three of them. So my checking accounts at the.
Three banks.
Midwest one will.
Yeah, I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it.
And your brothers, oh, thank you very much.
Which one's your brother at? The Valley Bank. My son is there.
And it's the same information. PMA is the company. I work for. So I said. PMA is the company I work for, and I have an IPAIT card, so.
Thank you. Very much.
Right. Right.
Kelly, good to see you.
I mean, I guess that's, yeah. And not like some regulation or whatever the bond was that you got, but it's still in federal plan.
There's an okay. Well, I guess looking at, we got a house.
I really guys don't want to go.
And you said.
That's great. I like how we got. We were, I was like, saying, we were talking about something and I don't want this to happen. They did say that have the responses from the panel. And they didn't vote on this year. And that they were, yeah. And I really was the guy.
No, he's like severe.
Yeah, you do sure.
And I'm just doing.
Somehow, you know, but and I don't think here. So we went through and, you know, switched it all. Much hour. Too late, run all my checks. You know, and I'm like. I'm like,
Right.
Yeah. Every day. We do it every day. We got enough fun, but
you don't. They don't just like. So they're citizens, they're.
And they don't have DMD and planning. We don't have citizens have a little money market. They have big money. Community came back. Yeah.
But when you're a city entity, it's like a lot of that.
Anybody.
Well, I'm sure it does, but I'm just saying, I don't know much, but I need to know that I'm just more.
Well, then, I'm sure.
See this first slide.
I can see it.
We have here, our spokesperson.
I do. Money market account.
This is our last speaker. And we've got Amber Sauser, and she's with the Iowa Department of Natural Resources in New Hampshire, right? Yeah, so a local gal. And she's gonna talk about the lead and copper rule revisions. Thanks, and I'll just sit right here. Okay, yeah. Okay. The last gentleman seemed to have really good news, and so it's not that I don't have good news, and now I don't have a whole lot of stuff to offer you that's gonna, try to like the reality of my job, right? So, again, I am Amber Sauser with the Department of Natural Resources Field Office. And whomever recommended that we come present today on the flood and copper inventory, I appreciate that, so if it was your city.
Blame it
I
on
think it's
Chad
great.
Russell.
Because we continue to tell the operators of the city that you're gonna need to bring in, you're gonna need to get some help for this. No, I don't tell them that. Do you have to do that? Might work best for you and then pouring the rest out to somebody else, okay? But we keep having that conversation and, some of the folks are like, yep, we can do this, and others are rolling their eyes, and there's others that are thinking, I'm just gonna do as little as possible, right? Hopefully we don't have many of those, but I know we have a couple. They jest with me that that's not really how they feel, but it might be. So as we go through this, let me know if you have any questions, but it's just meant to give you a quick idea of what the requirement is and the time frame, and then what's coming up after this first piece. So for those of you who are not familiar with the lead and copper rule at all, back in 1991, they came out with the first lead and copper rule that basically set an action level of 15 parts per billion, and then it set a goal of having no lead in our drinking water. Okay? It's been a handful of years since then, and we still haven't met that goal of no lead. So in the 2000s, they did a number of amendments to that, revisions, and in 2007, they came out with what was considered the short-term revision. Of course, we have a short-term revision. After that should be the long-term. In planning for that long-term revision, we had Flint, Michigan happen in 2016, and I think everybody heard of that and everything that's associated with that. So they switched water sources. They ended up with elevated lead in their drinking water. A lot of bad things happened. People went to jail. When you were working on the feds, when they are working on their lead and copper rule revision, obviously all these other pieces came into play. So it took what was going to be a long-term revision and added a whole bunch of stuff into it. So in 2021, we got lead and copper rule revision 1.0 with people. Okay. To give you an idea, normally when EPA comes out with a rule, they will get public comments, like couple thousand comments. It's not typically by the time the EPA gets to that point in the rulemaking process, they have a pretty good idea of what the feel is. This particular rule got over 79,000 comments. So when they tried to make the entirety of the lead and copper rule come out, there was just a whole lot of stuff in there that was gray. Nobody really knew what it meant. Nobody knew how they can implement it. So they came out with what is the first piece of the lead and copper rule revisions. We anticipate in 2024, we're going to have the lead and copper rule improvement. Okay? I share this with you because the inventory is really the first piece of what is going to be more requirements that are coming out on lead and copper. The improvements, we expect to hopefully see something sometime next year, but the rule will be finalized in 2024. So this inventory, again, is the only piece that is required of the only thing you're required to do in this first piece, and that inventory is due October 2016, 2024. Chances are you will build upon that inventory when the new rule comes out, and you will have more requirements than what's in there currently. So again, the deadline for the lead and copper rule revision is the only thing you have a deadline for in that inventory right now is that is the inventory, I'm sorry, due October 16, 2024. My eyes are getting old and I can't see that far very well. The Iowa service line ownership scenarios. So this is one of the things that's always frustrated folks about the lead and copper rule in general is that it often requires you to regulate private service line. Okay. So most cities do not own the entirety of the service line. Does anybody here own any of the service line, even from the main to the curb stop? Or do you know what you own? Okay.
So most of our communities around here, the homeowner owns all of the service line. The lead and copper rule requires that you do an inventory for the entirety of the service line. And there's also a piece that goes along with that that talks about service line replacement. So lead service line replacement, once it's identified and you exceed the action levels. There's a number of moving parts in here, but at the end of the day, it is requiring you to look at it's requiring you to look at both the public and private side of the service line. So if the city doesn't own any of those, it makes things interesting when it comes to having to do the lead service line replacement. So what does the lead service line inventory do? It assesses the extent of lead service lines within the system. What is your universe for lead service line? It identifies better sampling locations. Again, cities have been sampling for this since the early 90s. The first one was in 1993. Some cities have done a really good job of ensuring that they sample from what we consider tier 1 or the worst of the worst, okay? The sites that are most likely to have lead. Others not so much. So we continue to try to build upon that, but this will be your opportunity to make sure you have better sample locations. Begin planning for lead service line replacement, including applying for state and federal grants and loans. So the bipartisan infrastructure law provides $15 billion for lead service line replacement. There's money out there, right? The money that Iowa has allocated, it may not allow Cedar Rapids and Dubuque and all the big cities to fix all of their lead. But a lot of the smaller cities, you guys can make a big chunk if you know what your universe is and you can utilize them that.
Is it the city's cost to replace the service lines, or if our residents own the entire service line, then is it? It would be.
Yeah, and that's the fun of it, right? There's nothing, we can't, one of the reasons that the bill or the rule came out the way it did to begin with was a concern of what is your expectation for private service line? We don't own any of it, so, you know, when it came out initially, the idea was we're gonna get rid of lead. Reality is that you don't own a lot of these lines, so what is the expectation? And so that's why we have an action level and you have a 90 percentile. When you exceed that, then you put in corrosion. You have all these steps before you replace it. One of the things that we've realized since the rule became effective is that we still don't know what a universe is. We haven't removed nearly as much land as we had intended to. So because of that is, if you would, the expectation of this new rule and the rule that we'll be following is how do we know what the universe is and work to get it out of there. There's a lot of money that has been allocated to just removing lead from our distribution system. And a lot of that is at the end of the year, chat about a little bit at lower income populations.
So is it, and it's probably not even detailed out yet, but is the bigger picture, the cities would apply for these grants and then disperse them to the residents if they're private lines, or are those details not even?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, there's money. And if you know what your lead service lines are, and that's what you want to do, yeah, you can look at that. We have some other, there's good examples out there, not necessarily a lot that's been done in Iowa, because we have a lot of systems that were able to put in corrosion control, and so through treatment, they were able to handle that. Other cities have not been as fortunate to do that. So there are places that have paid for it as a system. There are places that have, again, they look to secure funding, and then if you replace it within this many months, we'll pay for all of it. If you come in after the fact, we will do a 50% based upon that money. So whatever works, again, we can give you some ideas of things that have worked other places. Predominantly bigger cities that have had to address this. Most of our smaller communities haven't gotten to that point. I can tell you we have a lot of residents that are calling us saying, hey, I just moved into a house, I have a lead service line, you guys have money for me, and we don't. So those of you that know we don't have money for individuals, obviously, through the SR program. So those of you that know that you have lead service lines, I would really encourage you to take a look at some of that funding that's out there. Again, it's there now. Who knows what's going to happen after 2026? And so if this can get rid of a lot of that potential risk, good timing.
Amber,
Yeah.
is the funding only for cities? Or like in Hopkitten,
Yeah,
we have our separate utilities, that's our water.
oh, and that's fine, yeah.
And so they can apply?
Yes, I
Okay.
apologize, I referenced that, but yeah,
Okay.
it wouldn't be for homeowners associations. and
Okay,
those types
but
of
the
things.
municipal utilities.
Yeah,
and-
absolutely. And how you go about that, you know, you want to chat with SRF and see how that
Yeah.
gets submitted. All service lines, so what the inventory requires, and again, this is just very brief overview. All service lines connected to public water supply distribution system regardless of ownership, so that's that private, public, however you have it set up within your system. At a minimum, it is expected that service lines will be classified as lead, galvanized, required replacement, non-lead, and unknown. We're going to chat about that briefly because that has a big impact on the public notice piece that we'll talk about later. And most of you all do the public notice if it's required, consumer confidence reports, those types of things. And then the inventory must be made available for public review. If you have anybody here over 50,000. Step that up. The 4 categories that need to be at a minimum that you need to break that down is lead, galvanized requiring replacement. So that's going to be any galvanized line that was ever downstream of a lead line or downstream of an unknown line, a non-lead line, and lead status unknown. So those are the 4 basic categories that the inventory has to identify. EPA gave us a couple of months ago their final guidance, and I want to go over this because again, this gets into all of the data that they are expecting you to review, you as a public water supply or other. A classification of non-lead must be supported by evidence-based records, methods, or techniques to prove it's non-lead, or to prove it's not lead or galvanized required replacement. And the water system must create and maintain an inventory that includes the exact address associated with each service line connected to a public water supply. So when you submit that inventory to us, it has to have addresses listed. Water systems must use any information on lead, galvanized, iron, or steel that it has identified pursuant to the rule, review the records explicitly identified in the lead copper rule, as well as any additional resources. One of the things that helps with this, so keep this in mind, is that if a home was constructed after 1988, so that's when Iowa lead ban was effective, then you can use that construction date as a non-lead system. Okay, so some of you that helps, some of you that doesn't help a whole heck of a lot at all. But for those of you that does, that it does help, you know, make sure that you do that first. That might be one of the things 5-10 years ago, before we had Beacon and all the assessors information online, this may have been more difficult. I think now you can probably get this piece pretty quickly. So keep that one in mind. This might be a piece that you could help the operator out with that would save them a lot of time. So the records, I won't get into too much of this. One, because I can't read it from up here. I have to stand back.
We don't have to stop at 1:30.
I'm gonna spare him anyhow, but. No, and you can have questions on this, but I want you to see the extent of the information that EPA is requiring you to look at. You know, a lot of this isn't gonna be stuff that you have necessarily available or need to know the ins and outs of like the operator would, but it's good to know if you have these, that it's expected that you're gonna look over them.
Can you forward the PowerPoint tomorrow and have it out?
Yeah, and we have a lot of this, actually, we have this good within the next couple of weeks, if not already, on our website. So it'll go into more detail. You can look at that training there. There's a couple of presentations that are already on there, so we'll continue, and I'll show you that also. But anything that you have done in the past on materials evaluation, right? So if the operator, I know a number of our systems have, I can tell you since 2015, when I have done any of my inspections, I sat down with the operator, we've gone through the lead and copper sampling plan and the sites they're sampling from and the inventory that they may or may not have, and discussed that they have to at least have that minimum. Okay, so when the rule first came out, it required that you have enough of these tier 1 sites identified in the plan so you could sample from it. So yeah, 10 sites or 20 sites, whatever was required. So if they don't have at least that much, you require that. But you have 10 sites that are at least tier 1, okay? In addition to that, since 2015, we've known that there's going to be a rule change, a rule update, and we had a pretty good idea that the inventory was going to be a part of that. So this really isn't new to any operators who have listened to what we've said and who have been around. It's just now we have a date for it. So again, if they have done this, Iowa Rural Water put out some information. We do have a handful of cities that really try to get a better idea of what they had for lead in their system. So it's expected that they're going to go through all those records and evaluate them. In addition to that, if you have any construction or plumbing records that indicate when maybe a local ordinance or code with allowing lead, ban it, or if it was ever used in the system, you want to use those records too when you do those, make sure they're included. Identify service areas most likely to have lead service lines based on date. So if you have one, you have a couple of sites based on the information they already have that were constructed in the 1800s. They had a lead service line or a partial lead service line. The idea is that that area probably has others, so those might be places you want to go and investigate or see if you have any records for any of those. Distribution system maps, historical drawings, connections, meter installation records. This has been a huge one. In the last 10 to 15 years, we've had a number of systems that have replaced meters. And in doing that, we have encouraged as much as we could that they look at the plumbing coming into that basement and record that also. So again, if you've done that, but it was 10 years ago, go back and look at that data and get a better feel for what's coming into that residence. Systems must review all inspection and records of distribution systems that indicate material composition of the service connections that connect the structure to the distribution system. So again, if you're out there and you get eyes on the line, it's expected that that's going to be reported in part of that inventory. If you've already done that and it's in a database somewhere, great. If it's just in the records, in a file someplace, somebody's going to have to look through that information and get that together. This is the piece that I think has potential to impact some of the work you do. Water systems must make the inventory publicly accessible. And if it's over 50,000, you have to have that online. Under 50,000, you don't have to. Keep in mind that with that inventory, you don't have to have that by address. So if you want to make it publicly available by address, that's fine. If you want to make it publicly available by the meter number or some other identifier, you can do that also. You don't have to have those addresses on there. Non-lead systems can fulfill the requirement to make the inventory publicly accessible by simply providing the statement that they have no lead service line. We have a handful of these systems that put in brand new water distribution systems in the 80s, and they know that everything they put in was PVC. So for those that, if you were that, again, this is going to be a good thing for you. But for those systems that have that, if you decide to go forward with lead service line replacement, that will essentially be the end of your inventory in the future. Community water supplies must indicate in their CCR how they can find that lead service line inventory. And non-lead service lines just have to have the statement that they don't have any lead service lines. All community water supplies must notify all persons served by the water system of a service connection with a lead, so with anything that isn't non-lead, within 30 days of completing the service line inventory and annually after that. Again, this may change. This is where it is now. We expect that the public notification piece may change with the improvement rule that's coming about. But where it sits now is when the inventory is completed, everyone that we don't know what they have or they have some kind of lead is going to receive public notice on that. That notification has to include a statement that the service line material is lead, galvanized requiring replacement, or that it is unknown. The information of the health effects of lead, the steps to minimize it, and any additional content based upon what the classification is. So at one time, depending on how they were classified, there were like a handful of public notices that will go out to certain residences a year. I don't know how that's gonna end up, but it's a real good incentive, again, to figure out what you have and not have to send out a bunch of unknown letters to residents. Make sure they get them. If it's rental properties, make sure the resident gets them versus, you know, the rental property owners, those types of things.
Any guidance on if it has to be direct mail or
Not yet. That's
published?
We'll have that by the time the inventory is done. It is. All of those questions and more were in parts, you know, were in the public comment, so that's also their question out right now. We'll see where that ends up. But I don't anticipate that they're going to go backwards on the amount of public notifications that are required of them. So the lead, the form that we have available to us, because we're getting so many of these in, obviously there's going to be an Excel spreadsheet that we have developed that every system will have to submit. If you have an inventory already, I'll show you the Excel spreadsheet, but they try to make it so that you can upload information easily into it. So if you have something and you have an IT department or an IT person that can figure out how to do that, great. But if they can't figure it out, you're always more than welcome to contact us and we can get you in touch with our IT person and she can, you know, help and facilitate some of that. So if you have some of this information already that you obtained and you have it in your own, whatever your spreadsheet or document might be, you know, understand that we want this. This is a program that should be able to be utilized by you. Talked about the website that we have, so the Lead and Copper Rule Revision is its own site on, its own piece of our website, including the lead service line inventory template. Everything, just a quick note, if you start to fill this out, if your operator starts to fill it out, when it says must enter first in those gray columns, it truly means it. So make sure they enter that information first, because for some reason, when you get down into the heart of it, a lot of it doesn't populate like it should. So fill out that top piece first, otherwise it's never going to work. And then all of that information has to be filled out with that, okay? So that's who owns it, is the ID, the service address, and again, those two things can be the same. And each one of those blue columns, if you click on it, it's going to tell you, it's going to give you a little explanation. There's another sheet after that that explains it further. And then each one of those has drop down unless it's a date piece. So a lot of information in there. Once you get into it, it's pretty self-explanatory. There are also optional fields. So those you don't have to fill out, but they help to get a better feel for what is required, or what tier a system would be or a resident would be for the lead and copper rule sampling piece of that. So as far as, yes, we should sample for here, this is the tier it is. And we anticipate that some of that's going to come back and be required. Okay, so we want to make sure that we give you the ability to put it on there so that if it comes back and get required, it's just a quick click. And that's also, if you go back into that other page, when it talks about lead connections, we're requiring that because it's lead. So technically, with the way the rule reads right now, you could have a lead connection. So where the main connects to the service line, and that can be lead, and it's not required to be part of the inventory. I can't fathom that that won't be added in at some point in the future. So we went ahead and just made that a requirement. I think most folks are doing that anyhow. When you fill out all of the information, including some of the optional data, then everything in the formula auto-populated will come up. It will let you know, again, what category it's in, what criteria it is, and then if you have to do any replacement, if it would require you to do public notice or require you to do picture treatment. So depending on how you fill that out, it will fill out the rest of it for you. So you should know pretty quickly what you have to do for those systems. If you haven't and are all interested, we have both the water supply and the wastewater listserv. So if that is something you signed up for, great. If it's not something you've signed up for, you don't have to read it every time it comes out. But any new rules and requirements that we have, any new training that we have available, we put on there and send it out. So you get it maybe a couple times a month, sometimes less. You can sign up for that. If you write this down, Carly Stone. If you forget, you can contact the field office or your water or wastewater operator, and they can give you that information. We also have an email for the lead and copper rule. So if you get into this and you're frustrated with it, you don't understand something, you want somebody to get back to you on the IT side and discuss how you can put your information into our spreadsheet, you know, this is an opportunity that you can send that information to them. Get any questions also can go to them. If you have a chance, I would take a look at our website. We have our inventory forms on there. We have some of the presentations we've done. We will have our training on there. So again, if it is something that the operator is concerned about, or you want to bring up to the city council, let them know it's out there, please use that. There is some good information on there. So drinking water, SRF, these are loans that can be used for improvements to public water supply systems, consolidation and connection, distribution, treatment, storage, and transmission. Pretty much anything that goes along with the water supply. There is a lot of zeros. My bank account is not that big. I did not win the Powerball last night, so I'm here. So whole lot of commas. The emerging contaminants, that one would really reference that PFAS. If anybody has PFAS sampling, I know a couple of you have had PFAS sampling in your
Manchester, maybe.
maybe just one. So it's an emerging contaminant the department is sampling for. So if you happen to have some of that, if you know that your system is struggling with an MCL, again, over 59 million in the next couple of years dedicated to that. So it's a good time to look at treatment if you need it. And then lead service line replacement. We have over 200 million in the state of Iowa allocated to it, and 49% of that is loan forgiveness. So especially if for our smaller communities and those that are disadvantaged, that might be a really good opportunity for you to capitalize on some of that. So if you can figure out what your universe is and utilize that inventory to secure some of this funding to do some lead service line replacement. Strongly recommend that you take a look at doing that. Again, we have no guarantees what it's going to look like after 2026. So it's out there in 49% of it's going to be loan forgiveness, so it's a grant. So if you can utilize it to make the lead go away, it's going to be a lot easier to apply with you in the future. This information, along with a whole lot of other stuff, is also on our website. So if you want to get a better feel for what those requirements are, as they are further explained, there's still a lot of detail that we don't have on some of that. You can contact our SRF staff. I don't think at this point, I don't think we have anybody that's utilized some of the lead piece of the lead service line replacement piece of that, some of the emerging contaminants we've had. So again, if that's something you're looking at, if you're ahead of the game and you know that you have some lead, there's no reason you can't, ask for some of that at this point. That being said, if you ever have questions on any of that, you can contact your field office, you can contact that email we have for Letty Hackerwood, chat with your operator, have them get in contact with us. There's a lot that's going to be happening in the next year and a half, and we've only just really begun to figure out some of these pieces. Okay? And again, this is just the first step, because sometime after October of 2024, we're going to have additional things to abide by. So questions come up, if there's anything we can do to provide some clarification on those requirements, we're around. Does anybody have any questions now?
You did such an awesome job.
No, that's not it, I think, but if you, again, if there is, I think we have we know how much time it takes for operators to do everything they do now, and how much time it's taken just to do the pieces of the lead and copper rule that's required today. So it's gonna be a tough one, and we may utilize some of our technical service providers to help get some of that information. I don't know that it's going to be enough. And if you want to utilize some of this funding, we're going to need good inventories. So let us know if you have questions. You need to know what other folks have done that have been successful. Good luck.
Let me hire you.
I don't, do you know how many operators, and I don't think anybody's retired, we've heard from a number of operators that they would retire, like, when this becomes final, I'm leaving before I have to do it.
Will you send out all PowerPoint, right, just presentations that we had?
You want me to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent this thing to you guys. Okay.
That's great.
Yeah, I'll send everything I have.
Marla,
Yeah.
hey, this is Terry. I lost some of this presentation that Amber just gave. I see you're recording this. Can you send me that recording?
It'll take us a few days to clean it up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'm just missing the first part of Amber's. Of course, the one I wanted to see the most, I missed.
Sent you a presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We're also signing intent workers.